Chapter 468. The sun hung high in the sky. There was no day or night in the sky cloud's secret realm. Even the sun was created out of thin air to bring light and heat to the secret realm. It was just like the real world, but it could not be compared to the outside world. It was not perfect enough. There was a forest of rocks scattered randomly. Suddenly, an icy blue blade light broke through the air. The huge rocks were as fragile as tofu and were easily cut open. The cut was as smooth as a mirror with a little bit of frost. Subsequently, a white and graceful figure flew past at an extremely fast speed like an arrow leaving the bow, leaving behind a faint fragrance in the air. Immediately after, a figure chased after him closely like a maggot in a tarsal bone. "Zwishanmei, you can't escape." The malicious voice was like a blade cutting through the air. As the voice was heard, the pursuer waved his hands. The red and blue blades in his hands broke through the air and slashed out red-hot and blue-cold blade chi. Like a swallow's wings, they drew a beautiful arc in the air and attacked the figure in front of him. The two-blade chi were unavoidable. Zwishanmei pulled out her sword and slashed back. The white sword chi broke through the air. The two-blade chi were shattered one after another, but the hot and cold power hit one after another. The strong contrast made it hard for Zwishanmei to adapt. She had to use her true power to disperse the hot and cold power, but her speed was affected. The pursuer behind her also closed the distance a little. The one who was chasing Zwishanmei was Dan Shangji, a disciple of the Wanluo sect. He had lost his Zwishanmei's secret sword point star before, but this time he was well prepared and his strength had increased a lot. He even joined forces with others to hurt Zwishanmei. Zwishanmei knew that she was not his opponent, so she had to use her body movement to escape. She ran quickly and swept through the air. Suddenly, a black light rolled from the side like a blade. It spun rapidly as if it could cut through everything. She used her sword to block it. In the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, the black light went around the back of the sword and went back the way it came. A black figure rushed out. The wide sleeves of his black robe rolled up, and the black light disappeared into it. The black figure was as fast as a ghost. In the sleeves of his robe, a cold black light bloomed. He attacked again. Behind him, Dan Shangji's blades also slashed forward. Zwishanmei was facing a pincer attack from the two of them. In the face of danger, Zwishanmei did not panic in the slightest. Instead, her indifferent face became even colder. The long sword was raised, and the sword light was dazzling. In an instant, it was shot out again and again. She first hit the black light on the side, and then borrowed the momentum to attack Dan Shangji's twin blades behind her. In terms of strength, both Dan Shangji and the Black Robe Man were slightly stronger than Zwishanmei. Moreover, she was injured, so it was very difficult for Zwishanmei to fight one against two. His face turned red at first, then it turned pale, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Zwishanmei also borrowed the force to retreat in the opposite direction, her speed increasing. However, Dan Shangji seized the opportunity. His two sabers interweaved into an inescapable net. The red and blue were dazzling, blocking Zwishanmei's retreat. Sabers and swords clashed, creating countless sparks. The Black Robe Man closed in on Zwishanmei. Through the gaps between the inescapable net, his jet-black dagger was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, ruthlessly stabbing towards Zwishanmei's neck. The extremely cold killing intent made Zwishanmei's neck have a layer of goosebumps. Resisting the attacks of the two people with difficulty, Zwishanmei was forced to fall to the ground and was surrounded by the two people. "You want to release a distress flare? You won't have a chance." Dan Shangji laughed evilly. Every disciple who entered here carried one or two distress flare with them, so that they could release it when they were in danger and see if there was anyone nearby who could come to their rescue. Of course, releasing a distress flare could also attract people from other forces, which would bring greater danger. Therefore, generally, no distress flare would be released unless it was a last resort. For example, the Xinjiang sect disciple who was killed by Chunzong had thought of releasing a distress flare in the end, but he was interrupted and killed by Chunzong, so he lost the chance to call for help. Now, Shanmei was facing the same danger. Shanmei was also very hesitant, because among the 5 disciples of the Zongjin sect who entered the Tianyin secret territory, her strength was ranked 4th, and Chunzong was the 5th, but in terms of potential, Chunzong was the 1st. If she released a distress flare, Chunzong wouldn't be able to save her if he saw it and came. Shanmei didn't know that Chunzong's strength was now much stronger than when he entered. Junior brother Serene, you stay on the side and support me. I want to taste the taste of this hidden fragrance sword, Dan Shangji said with an evil smile on his face. Senior brother Dan, be careful of the beauty's thorns. San'in, who was covered in a black robe, let out a hoarse laugh, but he didn't intend to attack again. Instead, he retreated a little. If there are thorns, I'll pull them out first, Dan Shangji said with an evil smile, but what greeted him was Shanmei's cold and sharp sword light. Shanmei, who knew that she couldn't escape, simply gave up the idea of running away and also gave up the idea of asking for help. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and gave up the escape route. Her heart was overflowing with determination, and an indomitable momentum arose spontaneously. For a moment, Shanmei's sword became fiercer and colder, and even suppressed Dan Shangji. Dan Shangji was not in a hurry, because he knew that Shanmei was fighting like a cornered beast. Her momentum would soon be exhausted. At that time, it would be time for him to counterattack, and then he could have a good time. He didn't know if this cold woman would be as passionate as fire after being trained. Dan Shangji thought to himself as he waved his 2 sabers to resist Shanmei's sharp and cold sword. He only felt that his whole body was burning. Under the continuous attacks, Shanmei couldn't maintain her momentum all the time. Under the influence of her injuries, her momentum gradually weakened. Dan Shangji keenly grasped the change of Shanmei and immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. The 2 sabers intertwined. One saber blocked the long sword, and the other slashed out, directly sending Shanmei flying. Her injuries worsened. Unforgiving, Dan Shangji rushed out. The 2 sabers were as nimble as butterflies, continuously cutting Shanmei's robes, as if he wanted to use this exquisite saber technique to remove Shanmei's robes. Shanmei ignored the opponent's sabers and allowed them to cut her robes. She completely exploded, pouring her power into the long sword, and the tip of the sword shone like a star. Secret sword point star. The last fight. Even if she died, she wouldn't be humiliated. Sensing Shanmei's sudden burst of killing intent, Dan Shangji's hair stood on end. This sword was enough to threaten his life. He didn't dare to play around anymore. His true power surged, and the 2 sabers released a dazzling red and blue light aura, like ice and fire intertwining together, continuous and unending. Not even a drop of water could pass through. Just like the previous scene. But this time, Shanmei's injuries were severe, and she couldn't use all of her strength. The secret sword point star's power was greatly reduced, but Dan Shangji was not affected. In a series of ear-piercing metal clashing sounds, countless sparks flew out, and the saber aura shattered. The long sword trembled violently, and the tyrannical power rebounded, causing Shanmei to fly out. Senior Dan, stop playing around. We still need to find treasures. The black-robed San'in said. What a pity. Dan Shangji could tell the severity of the situation. If they were in the outside world, he would definitely have a good taste. Unfortunately, they were in the sky cloud secret realm, and time was precious. He raised a saber, and the fiery red saber aura slashed down, breaking open the ground, and slashed towards Shanmei. Shanmei tried her best to raise her arm and use her sword to block the attack, but her injuries worsened, and her sword seemed to have become incomparably heavy. She could only watch as the blazing red saber aura slashed towards her. Shanmei knew that she was going to die, and her heart was filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, just as the blazing red saber aura slashed towards Shanmei. Senior, sister, Zwa, The three words were filled with concern. The first word seemed to come from the sky, and it quickly approached from afar. The last word sounded like it was right beside her ear. At the same time, Zwishame also saw a flash of silver, dazzling sword aura piercing through the void, shattering the red saber aura. Who is it? You're courting death. The moment the saber aura shattered, Dan Shangji and San Yin both reacted. They didn't hold back at all and directly attacked the person who was suddenly approaching from afar. You're the ones courting death. From afar, Chunzong saw Zhua Shanmei's appearance. Her killing intent was soaring, and her killing intent was blazing, shooting out from her eyes. She didn't hold back her true power at the peak of the 7th level of the genuine martial realm, and her tyrannical pure yang qi and blood were like waves that could destroy mountains. The terrifying aura blew like a storm, blowing up the surrounding stones and gravel, and then breaking them under the impact of the terrible power. When Chunzong's last word fell, he waved his sword. It was like a horizontal slash, but also a straight stab, tearing through the sky. The incomparably stunning silver sword aura seemed to cross the endless sky, stretching infinitely far away. There was no beginning or end. The ice and fire saber aura was shattered under this sword, and the black saber aura was also turned into powder under this sword. Dan Shangji and San Yin didn't have time to react, and the sword aura had already swept past them, disappearing behind them. Dan Shangji recognized Chunzong. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't make any sound because his throat was pierced, and the part that could make a sound was also destroyed. San Yin was the same, and he couldn't make any sound. One sword, only one sword. Chunzong killed these two geniuses whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of the genuine martial realm, and whose combat strength had reached the middle stage of the 3-star level. Swishanmei's beautiful eyes widened, and she only felt dizzy. This scene was so unimaginable, and it was unbelievable. Among the 5 of them, junior brother Chun, who had the lowest cultivation and the weakest, had actually possessed such terrifying strength. With just one sword strike, he had killed 2 enemies who were even stronger than him. It had been so easy. Compared to the other 2 senior brothers, this kind of strength could only be stronger, not weaker. Only the eldest senior brother, Lin Yuya, could defeat Qin Shidi. Chapter 469. Zwishanmei carried a change of clothes in her mustard seed bag. Chunzong's back was facing Zwishanmei, and there were boulders all around, so no one else passed by. Zwishanmei changed her clothes as fast as she could. She took the small yang elixir and used her cultivation method to dissolve the effect of the elixir, allowing her injuries to recover quickly. Chunzong stood guard beside Zwishanmei so that she could recover her strength peacefully. After her injuries were healed and her strength was fully restored, Zwishanmei and Chunzong tacitly joined hands and left. Zwishanmei did not express any sincere gratitude to Chunzong. This gratitude was buried deep in her heart, more profound than any words. Zwishanmei also did not ask. In such a short period of time, Chunzong's cultivation had improved so much, and so did his strength. Everyone had their own opportunities. However, they were both disciples of the Zongjing sword sect, so they should help each other. In addition, they had a good relationship, so they acted together. Senior sister, there's an entrance in front. Chunzong's eyesight was better than Zwishanmei's. Let's go and see. Zwishanmei did not hesitate. There were many opportunities in the Tianyan secret realm, but whether one could seize them depended on one's own ability. The 2 of them sped up and rushed toward the so-called entrance. The entrance was a wide stone door, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, with a bluish-gray base. It looked very thick and simple. When the stone door opened, they could see a blurry scene inside, but they could not tell what it was. It looked like the mouth of a giant beast waiting to devour everything. At the same time, a person flashed past like lightning, directly rushing into the open stone door and disappearing. Only ripples spread out like water and then calmed down. Chunzong and Zwishanmei did not hesitate and rushed into the stone door. The moment they rushed into the stone door stirred up layers of ripples, which made Chunzong and Shanmei feel a resistance, as if they were passing through water. After passing through the invisible ripples, Chunzong and Shanmei appeared inside the stone door. In front of them were 5 forks, each of which was made of thick and hard rocks. At first glance, the 5 forks in the road were not straight ahead. Instead, they were winding around in a very complicated manner. "Junior brother, where should we go?" Shanmei retracted her gaze and asked. "Here." Chunzong chose the path in the middle without hesitation. In fact, there was nothing to hesitate about, because Chunzong didn't know where this place was. Chunzong didn't know where the 5 forks would lead to either, so he just chose randomly. Chunzong was in front, and Shanmei was behind him. The moment their feet touched the ground, a strong sound of stones rubbing against each other was suddenly heard, accompanied by the sound of rolling gears. The stone wall beside them quickly moved over with an unparalleled momentum. Although Shanmei's reaction was fast, she was still a bit slower. With a loud bang, a wall separated Chunzong and Shanmei. Chunzong unsheathed his long sword and performed the 30-second move of the horizontal swordsmanship with amazing power. It directly slashed at the wall, causing it to shake violently, leaving a 1-meter-long sword mark that was only about an inch deep. "It's so hard." Chunzong couldn't help but gasp in shock. With his combat strength of at least the peak of the 3-star level, his sword strike with all his strength could only leave a mark on the wall. This wall was too terrifying. "Junior brother, I'll see you outside." Shanmei also tried to slash at the wall, but she couldn't do anything, so she had to give up. Her voice became faint through the wall, but was still heard by Chunzong. "Senior sister, you must be careful," Chunzong replied. He tried to condense his voice into a thin line and transmitted it into Shanmei's ears. In desperation, the two of them had to act alone before joining forces. They just didn't know if they would meet again. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chunzong turned around and looked ahead. It was a straight passage, going forward as if there was no end. However, Chunzong couldn't believe what he had just seen. Taking large strides forward, he paid close attention to his surroundings. After walking for about 10 meters, suddenly, a hard and thick wall rushed out from the side, colliding violently with an astonishing power. "There are no signs, and I can't feel any fluctuations. It's too sudden." Chunzong quickly reacted. Relying on his extremely nimble footwork and agile body, he quickly dodged the attack while exclaiming in surprise. There were no signs, and he couldn't feel any fluctuations, which meant that he could only be passive. A thick wall rushed past like a dragon in front of him, and then another thick wall appeared behind him, and then on his left and right. The surroundings changed one after another. Chunzong couldn't break through it, so he could only wait. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the walls to stop moving. The path in front of Chunzong changed again, and he had to take a detour. Gradually, Chunzong was sure that he had entered a maze, and it was a moving maze that could change at any time. So what was the purpose of entering this moving maze? In addition to the changing walls, he could only see thick gray walls, which would make him bored after looking at them for a long time. He didn't encounter any treasures, nor did he meet any enemies. He just kept moving forward. To be honest, Chunzong regretted entering here. After all, he came to the Tianyin Mystery Land for various opportunities, but now he was wasting time in this maze. Chunzong was looking for the way out. However, as far as he could see, there were more walls, which could change at any time. There was no other good way, so he could only search aimlessly and try his luck. Time passed slowly. Chunzong didn't know how long he had been in this moving maze. In addition to the endless walls and paths, Chunzong finally saw the third thing, which was a stone house. Outside the stone house, there were walls that rushed past from time to time, as if they were a protective barrier. Chunzong struck out with his sword, and the sword light slashed onto the moving wall, directly shattering it, unable to cause the slightest bit of damage. The power that the wall carried was also extremely terrifying, and once one was hit by it, there was a high chance that one would be severely injured. Chunzong observed carefully, looking for the patterns of the wall's movements. Then he used the sweeping in all directions body movement, and his body swept past like a flash of light. However, completely beyond his expectation, the walls suddenly increased their speed and rushed toward Chunzong like a mountain. In the face of danger, Chunzong didn't panic. He unsheathed his two swords and slashed. The terrible power was extremely fierce and overbearing. It was like a falling meteorite, crushing the two swords and bending them. The power made Chunzong's chest tighten, and he felt that his arms were about to break. Behind him, another wall appeared out of nowhere and rushed toward him, forming a pincer attack. If Chunzong was hit, he would become a meat patty. In the face of danger, Chunzong activated his qi and blood, moved his body horizontally in the air, and rushed toward the stone house. It was very dangerous. The two walls collided with each other, like two mountains crashing into each other. The powerful impact with earth-shattering momentum made Chunzong deaf, and only a continuous buzzing sound could be heard. The terrible sound waves bombarded Chunzong forward, and his muscles and bones made a series of sounds. Fortunately, his body refining cultivation had improved a lot, or he would have suffered internal injuries. No matter what, Chunzong finally arrived outside the stone house as he wished. With a bit of anxiety and expectation, Chunzong pushed open the heavy door of the stone house. In the obscure and harsh sound, a unique fragrance filled the air. It was the residual fragrance of elixirs, and there seemed to be more than one kind. Chunzong couldn't help but show a touch of joy. This might mean that there might be some elixirs in the stone house. Chunzong kept a high level of vigilance and walked into the stone house. He didn't encounter any attack. He glanced around. The stone house was not spacious, and Chunzong also saw 3 palm-sized green jade gourds. The color of the jade was pure and deep, and it was a high-quality jade. However, Chunzong was more concerned about the things in the gourds. Not sensing any danger, Chunzong reached out, and a green jade gourd flew into his hand. He opened the stopper, and a strong elixir fragrance suddenly filled the air, making Chunzong feel refreshed and clear-headed. There was a gourd of elixirs inside. He poured one out and looked at it carefully. It was about the size of a longan core, and it was black all over. There were traces of silver lines on it, and the fragrance it emitted was very unique. After carefully identifying it and combining it with the ancient books he had read, Chunzong finally determined that it was a very valuable elixir called the soul-reviving elixir. The soul-reviving elixir was a kind of elixir that could replenish spiritual power in a very short time. Okay. Chunzong smiled happily and immediately put this gourd of soul-reviving elixir into the virtual ring. He picked up the second green jade gourd and opened it. It was a red elixir with golden lines. After identifying it, Chunzong confirmed that it was the Vitality Supplement Elixir, a kind of elixir that could replenish qi, blood, and vitality in an instant. He opened the third green jade gourd and poured out the elixir. The green elixir with purple lines was the Trueness Elixir, a kind of elixir that could restore true power in a very short time with very little impurities. Soul Reviving Elixir, Vitality Supplement Elixir, Trueness Elixir. Chunzong was faintly excited. Any of these 3 elixirs could be sold at a very high price in the Tianjiang Prefecture. Because the refining of these 3 elixirs was not easy. First, there must be suitable medicinal materials, and second, there must be enough attainments in alchemy. It just so happened that the Tianjiang Prefecture did not have such capital, and it was even rarer in the entire Longta dynasty. There are 66 elixirs in each gourd, and each elixir can restore 30% of my strength in 3 breaths. To be safe, Chunzong took out 6 soul-reviving elixir, vitality supplement elixir, and trueness elixir and put them in other jade bottles and put them into his mustard seed bag in case of an emergency. The other elixirs were stored in the green jade gourd, which could be better preserved and prevent the loss of medicinal power. He put them into the virtual ring. The value of each elixir was very high, at least worth thousands of spiritual shells. The 3 gourds of elixirs were worth more than 100 low-grade spiritual stones, which was enough to make many people of the extreme realm jealous. Chapter 470. The three green jade gourds' precious elixirs diluted Chun Zong's gloominess. He no longer regretted entering the maze. Even if he did not get anything else, Chun Zong felt that it was worth it. What the hell is this place? An ancient mountain sect's disciple frowned, his face full of anger. They had been in the moving maze for a long time. They thought that it was an opportunity, but they did not get anything and wasted their time. They could not find the exit. At this time, someone approached the stone door of the moving maze. He looked carefully and felt that it might be an opportunity, so he barged in. It was indeed an opportunity, but whether or not he could find it was not the same. Swishame's luck was not bad. After a long time, he found a stone house. He rushed into the stone house and found a pill. Other than the medicinal pill, there's also a jade booklet. The contents of the jade booklet were not a cultivation technique, but a record of the medicinal pill. The great refined true pill. It was more than 10 times more valuable than the pure chi elixir. It was different from the pure chi elixir. The great refined true pill was not used to recover true power, but to increase the cultivation of true power. My cultivation is not high enough, and I am not strong enough. Swishame's eyes shone brightly. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took other pills to heal himself. After his injuries were healed and his essence, chi, and spirit were adjusted to the peak state, he gently put the very precious great refinement true pellet that was worth a few low-grade spirit stones into his mouth. The great refined true pill melted and flowed into his stomach through his esophagus. It then melted, and a cool feeling spread out, accompanied by a scorching aura. The coldness and heat overlapped and spread to every part of his body. Swishamei immediately activated the 30th level of the art of traversing. The powerful and vigorous traversing true power quickly refined and absorbed the great refined true pill, increasing his true power and cultivation. It was extremely difficult to refine the grand true elixir. Not only did it require high attainments in alchemy, it also required many precious herbs. As of now, there was no grand true elixir recipe in the Longtu dynasty. Naturally, it was impossible to refine it. A heaven-class top-grade cultivation technique and a heaven-class top-grade martial art. Unfortunately, they can't compare to the reigning sword codex. Chun Zong flipped through them and put the 2 cultivation method manuals written on unknown animal skins into his virtual ring. Even though he had no use for them, he could bring them back with him to supplement the cultivation techniques and martial arts of the sword sect. Not all heaven-grade cultivation techniques would be recorded in jade scrolls. That was a secret method. Using books to record them was more suitable for dissemination. As Zhang Xian continued to move forward, he changed according to the changes in the moving labyrinth. Occasionally, he would find some gains, but none of them could compare to the 3 gourds of pills from before. It was better than nothing. The walls of the moving maze changed again. Chun Zong stared at the straight tunnel before him. A figure appeared and swept his eyes over. Immediately, an extremely cold, murderous intent gushed forth like a torrent from the abyss, causing Chun Zong to be stunned. He could not even see the figure clearly. It was as if a mountain of corpses had sunk into a sea of blood. Chun Zong felt his blood run cold. He felt as if his pure yang qi and blood were about to freeze. Underworld Raven. The familiar figure and the terrifying murderous intent made Chun Zong know who he had met. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Zong immediately retreated from his original position at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. At the same time, a black-red fine saber light also tore the air apart. It was as agile as a blood-red bird, and as fast as lightning. It tore through the sky and shot toward Yishiwen. Before the blade light arrived, the aura it emitted had already made Chun Zong's blood run cold. He felt as if his back was being mercilessly torn apart. He did not dare to look back, because there was no time. Under the divine, profound realm, the floating dust made Chun Zong feel the approach of death. He quickly moved his body and displayed the floating swan body technique to the extreme. He moved sideways. The black-red palm-sized blade light swept past him. Although it did not directly touch Chunzong's body, under the terrifying blade light, Chunzong's strong protective true power was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The piercing pain spread to Chunzong's body. He felt as if his whole body was being cut apart. It was just a little bit of the blade light, but it brought such a feeling. Chunzong was extremely shocked. The strength of this underworld raven was really terrifying. Before entering the Sky Cloud secret territory, Lin Ye had emphasized to Chunzong and the others that if they met underworld raven, no matter what, they should run as far as possible. This was because underworld raven was not only extremely powerful, but also a ruthless person. He never needed a reason to kill. He killed whenever he wanted. Therefore, Chunzong did not hesitate to leave when he saw underworld raven. Underworld raven also did not hesitate to attack. When his blade missed, underworld raven's body swept past the passage, leaving behind countless afterimages. He quickly approached Chunzong. The terrifying killing intent was like the water of the abyss, wrapping Chunzong's body. He rushed forward and turned. The black-red blade light broke through the air and directly slashed the wall. The tyrannical power did not destroy the wall, but it left a 2-inch deep blade mark. You can't escape. Under underworld raven's cold gaze, a bloodthirsty smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Even his voice was as cold as the wind of hell. The voice was like a knife that entered Chunzong's ears and went straight to his brain. Cold sweat seeped out of Chunzong's forehead. The killing intent that was so terrifying that it almost materialized was too great a threat to him. Underworld raven's palm slashed vertically like a blade. A black-red blade light, a few meters long, broke through the air again. This attack was enough to kill a weak 4-star battle strength. Not to mention Chunzong's battle strength was not even 4-star. Being in the illumination profound realm allowed Chunzong to perceive the blade light in advance. The extreme sharpness and coldness stimulated the pores on his back, making his hair stand on end. Chunzong dodged again, and the blade light split the afterimage. Underworld Raven was a little surprised. This attack was actually dodged. It was quite incredible. Immediately, Underworld Raven's mouth hung a trace of smile. As if he had found a new toy, he continuously slashed with one hand like a blade. 3 blade lights were arranged in a row and attacked, sealing off any blind spots and cutting off all possibilities for Chunzong to dodge. Unless Chunzong could turn into a speck of dust, there was no way he could dodge these 3 blade lights. Cold sweat flowed, soaking his entire body. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Pure yang qi surged like the waves of the sea. His tyrannical true power also rushed to his limbs and bones. Under the illumination profound realm, Chunzong felt that no matter where he dodged, he would not be able to dodge and would be hit by the blade light. Moreover, the blade light was extremely tyrannical. With his current strength, he could not block it at all. What should I do? Should I use the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb? He still had 2 small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bombs left. If he used one, he would have 1 less. But the Red Thunder Sword was still there. These were all trump cards. If he used them, not only would he be able to block the Underworld Raven's blade light, he might even be able to kill him. However, the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb was an area of effect attack. The Sword Chi could cover a radius of 200 meters. It could not differentiate between friend and foe, and even he would be affected. If he was not careful, he might even die under the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb. Could it be that he could only use the Red Thunder Sword? As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong had no choice but to take out the Red Thunder Sword. He turned around and faced the 3 terrifying black and red blade lights. His gaze passed through the 3 blade lights and looked at the Underworld Raven, whose face was filled with killing intent. He was preparing to activate the power of the Red Thunder Sword. Chunzong believed that no matter how strong the Underworld Raven was, he would not be able to block his sword. Suddenly, without any warning, a thick wall came from the side like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the wall blocked the path. The 3 blade lights directly shattered under the impact of the wall. Chunzong could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He put away the red thunder sword and quickly moved forward. The underworld raven stopped in front of the wall that suddenly appeared. His gaze was incomparably cold, as if he wanted to pierce through the wall. The killing intent in his heart was like an abyss. He wanted to kill an ant, but in the end he failed. The reason for his failure was because of this moving maze. Just thinking about it made him feel that his thoughts were not clear. He wanted nothing more than to destroy this maze. However, the underworld raven also knew that the walls of the maze were very hard. Even with his full strength, he could only leave a few marks. If he wanted to break through a wall, he would need to use his full strength at least 10 times. Furthermore, the maze was so big. Even if he used all his strength, the damage he could cause would only be a little bit. Ant, consider yourself lucky. The underworld raven's voice was incomparably cold. He did not know that if Chun Zong activated the power of the Red Thunder Sword, he would be the one to die. Rather than saying that the moving maze had saved Chun Zong's life, it would be more accurate to say that it had unknowingly saved the underworld raven's life. Trump cards, such as the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb and the Red Thunder Sword, were only used by Chun Zong as a trump card. They were only used as a last resort to save his life. Under normal circumstances, Chun Zong would rather face it with his own strength. After all, the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb and the Red Thunder Sword were both external items. To a certain extent, external items could be considered as a part of one's strength. However, they were consumables. They belonged to the type that would decrease or even disappear after being used. He could not become dependent on them. Otherwise, if he used them too much and got used to them, what would he do if he ran out of them? The only thing he could rely on was himself. Training and sharpening himself, he would be able to deal with any kind of danger and find a ray of hope in certain death. There was an ancient saying that one who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune later on. The underworld raven's pursuit had brought about a life-threatening crisis for Chun Zong. It could barely be considered a great disaster. As for whether this could be considered a good fortune later on, Chun Zong was not sure. In front of him was a passage. At the end of the passage was a door. A closed door. Chun Zong maintained a high level of vigilance. He slowly approached the green-gray stone door and stood in front of it. I wonder what's behind this closed door. Was it an exit, or was it something else? Taking a deep breath, Chun Zong calmed down. His palms that were filled with true power landed on the stone door. He pushed it. The stone door was incomparably heavy. It was as hard as a mountain to move. Chapter 471. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The mountain wall, which was hundreds of meters high, was filled with natural ravines. Below the mountain wall, Inwiya was casually lying on a smooth rock. He was holding a book made of animal skin in both hands and reading it carefully. Inwiya had a habit, which was to use books to read, as it gave him a better feeling. Therefore, every time he cultivated a new cultivation technique or martial arts, Inwiya would record down the contents after receiving the information in the Jade Book. As long as he was free, he would take it out and read it repeatedly to deepen his understanding. Not knowing if it was a psychological effect or some other reason, Inwiya had done a comparison before. Whether or not he had recorded down the contents of the cultivation technique or martial arts to read had a certain impact on the cultivation efficiency. Although it was not very big, after a long time, it was very obvious. Of course, every time he cultivated the cultivation technique or martial arts to the extreme, Inwiya would also destroy the recorded contents to prevent it from leaking out. What Inwiya was reading now was the contents of the Great True Power of Huntian. The Great True Power of Huntian had a total of 9 levels. Inwiya had cultivated to the 7th level, and he had just broken through to the 7th level. Therefore, what was recorded in the book was the contents of the Great True Power of Huntian from the 1st level to the 7th level. Inwiya also knew that if he was not careful and let the cultivation technique or martial arts be leaked out, it would be a loss. Therefore, he was very careful. Every time he recorded, he would not record everything. Instead, he would record the level of the cultivation technique. This way, even if it was accidentally leaked out, the loss would not be too big. After all, the value of a complete cultivation technique or martial arts and an incomplete one was very different. For example, if the last two levels of the great true power of Huntian were missing, it would be better to cultivate a complete heaven-level cultivation technique. As he read the contents of the great true power of Huntian, he carefully comprehended it. The great true power of Huntian in his body was also rapidly circulating, recovering the energy that he had just consumed. At this moment, the mountain wall behind him suddenly emitted a deep and ear-piercing sound. Kacha-kacha. It was continuous, and it shocked Inouye. He closed the book and kept it in his mustard seed bag. He quickly turned around to look. The whole process was like moving clouds and flowing water, but it was also as fast as lightning. His eyes seemed to have a chaotic whirlpool revolving. He looked straight ahead. The mountain wall that originally looked complete suddenly split open like a door. Then a figure rushed out. "It's you." Inouye was slightly startled. The person who appeared was the one he had met when his great true power of chaotic heaven broke through to the 7th level. The one who had been scared away by his origin returning 10,000 gathering hands. He did not expect that he would appear in front of him again. "This time, you won't be able to escape." Inouye grinned. Without any hesitation, he lashed out with his palm. Just like the previous time, it was still the 10,000 gathering hands. When the 10-meter-long palm struck down, it was as if the sky was collapsing. Chunzong looked up. The joints and lines on the palm were clearly visible. It was like the palm of a giant, and it came down with a terrifying force that could collapse the earth. Last time, Chunzong felt a great pressure, as if his bones and muscles were about to be crushed. But this time it was different. The pressure was not great, and it did not affect Chunzong at all. This was the calmness brought by the improvement of his cultivation and strength. He unsheathed his sword. The dazzling silver sword light pierced the sky and the 10-meter-long palm at the same time. Under the divine realm, Chunzong could see the weakness of the palm through the floating dust and his superb swordsmanship. His sword pierced right into the origin, returning 10,000 gathering hands. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The weakness of the gathering hands caused the origin returning 10,000 gathering hands to be unable to maintain its shape. It dispersed like smoke. "This is impossible." Inouye, who was full of confidence, was stunned. He knew very well how powerful his attack was. It was at the level of a late-stage 3-star battle strength, but it was defeated by the opponent's sword. This meant that the power of the opponent's sword was not below that of the palm. What answered him was Chunzong's sword. The dazzling silver sword light pierced the sky. It was so fast that it was difficult to react. Inouye's hair stood on end. He felt as if he had been pierced through. The great true force of Huntian surged around his body. He used his body movement technique and transformed into 3 figures. It was hard to tell the real one from the fake one. One figure was pierced through by the sword light. Another figure leaped up quickly and struck out a palm in the air towards Chunzong. The third figure circled around him from the side. He struck out a series of palm shadows, forming an impenetrable wall that crushed towards Inouye. Chunzong stood motionless. The opponent who could have killed him before was no longer qualified to do so. All of this came from the change in cultivation and strength. With 2 swords in his hands, he struck out. One sword shattered the figure in the air. The other sword shattered the palm wall on the side. At the same time, the palm wall was pierced through and the figure was shattered. Inouye's real body suddenly appeared behind Chunzong. He raised his right palm. The great true force of Huntian surged like a huge wave. The force penetrated his palm and carried all the strength in his body to deliver a fatal blow. It was as if the world was turned upside down. This was the killing move of the Guiyuan 1,000 gathering hands. Chunzong was caught off guard by such a sudden and terrifying palm strike. It pressed down from the sky, causing the air around Chunzong to solidify. It attacked from different angles, binding Chunzong's body. making it difficult for him to move. It was a sure-kill situation and extremely dangerous. If it were someone with the same combat strength as Yin Wuya, it would be difficult to deal with it. The Guiyuan 1,000 gathering hands struck down fiercely. Chun Zong's body was hit and shattered in an instant. However, Yin Wuya was not happy at all. Instead, his expression changed. He quickly rotated his body like a raging storm. Chun Zong's figure disappeared. An extremely bright sword light pierced through the sky. Yin Wuya looked at it, and his eyes were completely filled. It was as if the whole world had disappeared. His hair stood on end. The feeling of death filled his body. Even his blood was frozen. Yin Wuya had activated the great true force of Huntian to the extreme. He kept strengthening his body protection true force to better protect himself. He also activated the power of the level 2 pseudo-spiritual armor to form a protection. He also waved his palms to form a third layer of protection. However, these 3 layers of protection did not give Yin Wuya any sense of security. This sword was too powerful. The aura of this ultimate sword was definitely beyond the peak of the 3-star level. It was close to the limit of the 3-star level. It was unstoppable. At the critical moment, a round bead appeared in Yin Wuya's hand. He crushed it directly. With a pop, a layer of golden light quickly spread out and covered Yin Wuya's body. At the same time, the dazzling silver sword light pierced through the palm, pierced through his body protection true force, and pierced through the protective power of the inner armor. However, it was blocked by the layer of golden armor light power. Yin Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. The trace of panic in his eyes disappeared. Instead, he calmed down and counterattacked with his palm again. After sending out 2 fierce palm strikes at Chun Zong, Yin Wuya used his movement skill and quickly retreated, leaving as fast as he could. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The round bead was a one-time use pseudo-spiritual artifact. It could release an extremely strong defensive power that could withstand the attacks of a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. However, it could not be maintained for long. This one-time use pseudo-spiritual artifact was extremely valuable and precious. He only had one. After all, the 10,000 Sifting Sect was very powerful and had a deep heritage. However, there were many genius disciples, and he could only be regarded as one of the better ones. If his brother Yin Wuqing was not a core disciple of the 10,000 Sifting Sect, it would have been difficult for him to obtain this 10,000 Sifting golden armor bead. His strength was obviously inferior to his opponents. In order to survive, he could only reluctantly use up the 10,000 Sifting golden armor bead. He also had to escape while the 10,000 Sifting golden armor bead was still active. However, Chun Zong had no intention of letting him go. At first, there was no grudge between them, but Yin Wuya had attacked him twice, especially this time. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chun Zong would not let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. The golden armor on Yin Wuya's body was indeed beyond Chun Zong's expectations. However, as a genius disciple of the 10,000 Sifting Sect, it was normal for him to have some life-saving means. However, this kind of method could not be maintained forever. Chase. As soon as Chun Zong used his movement technique, his speed was faster than Yin Wuya's. He quickly closed in on Yin Wuya, his 2 swords emitting brilliant silver light. In an instant, thousands of swords slashed onto Yin Wuya's golden armor without missing a beat. However, the powerful sword light shattered one after another. Their power was resisted, and they could not hurt Yin Wuya at all. "You can't do anything to me," Yin Wuya said. "You'd better stop now. I can pretend that nothing happened. We'll mind our own business. Otherwise, I won't let you go. My big brother, Yin Wuqing, won't let you go either." Chun Zong's answer was to continuously attack with his sword. If one attack could not break through, then he would attack twice. If 2 attacks were not enough, then he would attack thrice until the golden armor on Yin Wuya's body was broken. This person must be killed. Chun Zong did not believe Yin Wuya's words. What did he mean by mind their own business? Yin Wuya would definitely attack him if he had the chance. Damn it! Yin Wuya was furious, but he was not as strong as Chunzong. He took out a black bead and threw it into the air. It was the 10,000 sifting sects distress signal flare. Inweya wanted to call for help. Chunzong's sword was even faster. With a single slash, the black bead exploded like a firework. Unfortunately, the black bead had not yet risen into the air, so the people in the distance could not see it. There was no one nearby, except for the two of them. The sword light was like a torrent, extremely violent. The golden armor that could withstand the power of a pseudo-transcendent gradually weakened as time passed. It was also weakened by the tens of thousands of slashes from Chunzong's two swords. Then, to Inweya's horror, the two swords pierced through the air. One of the swords cut through the dimmed golden armor, while the other cut through Inweya's neck, killing him instantly. Even before his death, Inweya's face was still filled with horror. Chunzong, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this guy. The golden armor's defense was really too strong. After tens of thousands of slashes, if it was not for the fact that its duration was up, it would have been difficult to break it, let alone kill Inweya. Chunzong quickly took out a returning to truth pill and swallowed it. Immediately, the pill quickly dissolved. In just 2 breaths, Chunzong felt that his true chi had recovered by 30%. End of chapter. Chapter 472. After Inweya's death, his belongings naturally became Chunzong's spoils of war. There were many spirit shells and some elixirs in a mustard seed bag, but what really interested Chunzong was the handwritten cultivation method. Great true force of Huntian. Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he quickly flipped it open to read. Chunzong's reading speed was extremely fast, and his comprehension and memory were extremely strong. Not long after, he finished reading the 7 layers of content of the Great Chaotic Heaven True Power. Disciples of Wanluo Sect. Great true force of Huntian. Huntian power breaking. Could it be that this great true force of Huntian is the peerless heaven-level cultivation method left by Martial King of Huntian? Thinking of this, Chunzong was shocked. The cave residence left by Martial King of Huntian on the bank of sinking Feather River in Tianjiang Prefecture was discovered. After a fight, a disciple of Wanluo sect finally took away a low-grade spiritual weapon and a jade booklet. What was recorded in the jade booklet was most likely the great true force of Huntian. Otherwise, how could it have such a coincidental name? Although there were only 7 levels, Chunzong could also infer the power of the great true force of Huntian from its mystery. It surpassed the Zongheng skill and was a peerless heaven-level cultivation method. I really have an affinity with Martial King of Huntian. Chunzong could not help laughing. But unfortunately, he only got the first 7 levels of great true force of Huntian. There were still 2 levels left. Even if the 7th level of great true force of Huntian is cultivated, it is only equivalent to the 29th to 32nd level of the Zongheng skill. Unless I can get the complete great true force of Huntian, there is no need to change my cultivation. Chunzong shook his head and said to himself, the Zongheng skill and the Zongheng sword skill could be combined to exert a stronger power. Therefore, it was ranked at the top of the peerless heaven-level cultivation method. Only by using the Zongheng sword skill could the power of the Zongheng sword skill be exerted to the extreme. Therefore, Chunzong wouldn't consider changing his cultivation if it wasn't a complete extreme heaven-level cultivation method. Even if he got an extreme heaven-level cultivation method, he wouldn't change his cultivation. That meant that he had to find another extreme heaven-level sword technique that was at least of the extreme heaven level. However, not changing his cultivation did not mean that it was useless. At the very least, Chunzong could comprehend its essence and strengthen his foundation. If possible, he could even integrate its essence into his overbearing skill to further enhance his overbearing skill. After reading it a few more times, Chunzong memorized the first 7 levels of the great true power of Huntian without missing a single word, and then destroyed it. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the entire pocket dimension. Even the ground, which stretched for hundreds of kilometers, shook violently. It was as if the world was about to be turned upside down. What's going on? Many people looked up at the sky in shock. Accompanied by the violent tremors of the earth, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, and the scorching sun that seemed to never fall rapidly turned dark red, as if it was dyed in blood. Countless dark clouds grew from all directions and quickly spread out like splashes of ink. When the scorching sun turned completely blood red, as if it was soaked in countless ancient blood, it seemed as if it was about to drip down. Streaks of blood-red light shone down from the sky. As the blood-red light sprinkled down, the tremors on the ground suddenly became several times stronger. The mountain rocks changed drastically, and the red light spread out like ripples. In a short period of time, it spread across the entire pocket dimension. There was no way to avoid it. When the red light swept past their bodies, they all felt cold and terrifying. A kind of restrained, deep, ancient pressure made them unable to move, as if their blood was frozen and their true power was frozen. After a while, the tremors on the ground stopped, but the blood-red sun in the sky was still there. Only then did the people slowly regain their vitality. Their faces were full of shock. Immediately, they looked at the same place, directly below the blood-red sun. Let's go. One by one, they moved forward. Shenzong was among them. This kind of violent tremors and changes meant that something had happened. Perhaps it was a great opportunity. What could it be? Underworld Raven, who had just rushed out of the moving maze, had a chilling smile on his face. His eyes, which were filled with cold, murderous intent, looked at the blood-red sun. His figure trembled, and like a crow from hell, he swept out at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No matter what it is, it belongs to me, Long Xinshan. The young man from the imperial family, who was dressed in a golden robe and had a flood dragon, stood on a small hill with his hands behind his back. He looked at the blood-red sun and muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, but it contained the will to dominate everything. It was as if whatever he said was the truth. Then he leaped out like a golden flood dragon, and he was as fast as lightning. The rumbling sound rang out again, and a cloud of dust billowed into the air. It was caused by mountain-shaking elephant Luo Tianba's continuous running. He ran wildly all the way, and he did not dodge the stones he encountered. He directly smashed them into pieces. He did not go around the trees he encountered either. No matter what was in front of him, mountain-shaking elephant Luo Tianba would not avoid it. Instead, he crushed it in the most unyielding and domineering manner. Wherever he passed, everything would be destroyed. He was like an ancient mammoth rampaging, destroying everything in his path. Mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba's direction was also under the blood-red sun. The geniuses who were not trapped rushed towards the blood-red sun at their fastest speed. They all believed that it was an opportunity and not an ordinary one. It was a great opportunity that could not be missed. A battle between dragons and tigers was about to unfold. Directly under the blood-red sun, there was originally a bumpy land with piles of stones and towering trees. However, at this time, the land had changed greatly. The stones were broken, and the trees were broken. An ancient tomb group that stretched for dozens of miles stood there, constantly emitting vicissitudes of life, as if it had existed for countless years. In front of this group of tombs, there was only one entrance. It was a tall and heavy stone door. On the side of the stone door, there was a 5-meter-tall, gray stone tablet. There were 4 big words on the stone tablet. Heavenly Cloud, Ancient Tomb. The 4 words were red, as if there was blood flowing in them, and it was almost dripping. It was a shocking sight, and it made people's hair stand on end. Heavenly Cloud, Ancient Tomb. What is this place? It is said that the biggest opportunity in the Heavenly Cloud Secret Land is a huge ancient tomb group, which contains countless opportunities. Is this the Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb? It should be the Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb. It is said that when the heavenly cloud secret land appeared last time, there were no ancient trees. I don't know why it appeared this time. The heavenly cloud ancient tomb represents endless opportunities. No matter why it appears, I have to go in. After that, someone took the lead and rushed into the dark door of the tomb without hesitation and disappeared inside. Let's go. I want to go in too. Without much hesitation, they all rushed into the tomb. Not long after, Chunzong also arrived and looked at the group of ancient tombs with a shocked expression. The heavenly cloud ancient tomb. After thinking for a while, Chunzong quickly used his body movement and rushed to the stone door that looked like the mouth of an exotic beast. His body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. A burst of coldness spread all over his body, as if it was going to freeze his blood and everything. Immediately, the feeling of coldness receded, and a trace of decay pervaded his body with the vicissitudes and ancientness of the passage of time. This was a building that looked like a hall. 4 ancient and thick gray pillars supported the hall, and the walls were engraved with murals. There were birds, beasts, and people. In addition, there were also strange things that looked like humans and beasts. Many people spread out and began a search everywhere. Suddenly, a kacha-kacha sound rang out, and a door big enough for one person to pass through cracked open on one side of the wall. The person who opened the door was startled at first, then became delighted, and rushed in without any hesitation. The others also reacted quickly and rushed to the door, but the door closed quickly, and only 5 people rushed in. Let's find it. There must be other doors. They all seemed to be more motivated. Not long after, other people opened other doors. This time, they were prepared and reacted faster. Chunzong carefully searched. Suddenly, he pressed down on a very inconspicuous protrusion on the wall behind him. With a kacha sound, a door appeared on the wall a dozen or so meters away from Chunzong. Suddenly, wolf-like gazes swept over, like sharks that had smelled blood. They all rushed over. Without any hesitation, Chunzong rushed to the door directly. At the same time, a person closer to the door slashed with his saber, and the horrible saber light chopped at Chunzong with killing intent. If Chunzong insisted on rushing into the door, he would be hit by the saber light. With no other choice, Chunzong could only draw his sword and shatter the saber light. His body also paused slightly because of this. The person who drew the saber quickly closed in, sweeping up a torrential saber light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Chunzong. The saber was very powerful, reaching the limit of 3-star level, and it brought a lot of pressure to Chunzong. The man quickly withdrew his saber and rushed into the door. At the same time, the saber light was shattered by Chunzong. Chunzong also rushed over quickly, and the man pulled out his saber again, trying to stop Chunzong. Under the 2 swords, the saber light was shattered. Chunzong rushed out, but the door closed quickly, blocking Chunzong's way. The saber light chopped at the closed door, and it directly shattered, leaving no trace. Chunzong's face was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He stared at the wall near the door, as if he could see through it. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Chunzong could only continue to search. Any door that had been opened could not be opened again after it was closed. However, the number of doors in the ancient tomb was limited, and there were many people fighting for them, and they were all very cunning. Once they entered, they would release attacks to stop others as much as possible. After all, everyone knew that opportunities were limited. The fewer people fighting for them, the greater the chance of getting an opportunity. Another door was opened, and the competition was even fiercer. Everyone attacked without mercy, and it was obvious that if they made progress, others would not be able to enter. Chapter 473. In an instant, Chunzong felt that the layers of defense set up by his 2 swords were broken, and then the defensive power of the 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual weapon was also broken. Finally, the genuine power shield was broken, and several powerful attacks fell directly on his body. Fortunately, in an emergency, he activated the 1st and 2nd levels of the mysterious jade golden bone technique to the extreme, forming a fourth layer of defense, which weakened the attacks to the greatest extent. Even so, Chunzong was seriously injured, both internally and externally. But what was worth being happy about was that he had taken such a risk and finally rushed through that door. The power of the thousand-year tree heart quickly spread out, and a cool air surrounded his body, quickly reducing the pain caused by the injuries. In addition, with the self-healing ability of his physique, his internal and external injuries were quickly healed. Not long after, the serious injuries were quickly healed. Chunzong dared to take such a risk because of his strong physique and the amazing healing effect of the thousand-year tree heart. Except for Chunzong, no one else entered here. They were still fighting, but the door was already closed. The tomb chamber was dozens of square meters in size and was built with dark gray stones. On the right wall, there was a hook-like lamp made of bronze, and a thumb-sized cyan flame was lit on it. The light cyan flame spread out and reflected on the surroundings, adding a bit of gloomy coldness. On the left, there was an ancient bronze coffin, which looked even more gloomy under the cyan flame. It was quiet all around, and the silence was even more frightening. In front of him, there was a long corridor, and the end was pitch black, and he didn't know where it led. The whole tomb chamber gave Chunzong the feeling of death, darkness, and gloom, which was enough to frighten timid people into not daring to move. Powerful people were bold. Chunzong was not afraid, but he didn't underestimate it either. He kept a high level of vigilance, and after looking back and forth, his eyes finally fell on the ancient bronze coffin. The lid of the ancient bronze coffin was closed, and he didn't know what was inside. A treasure? Or a corpse? After thinking for a while, Chunzong pulled out his sword, and with a skillful force, he swept the lid of the ancient bronze coffin. The heavy lid was lifted and flew up under Chunzong's sword. A black aura permeated the air like smoke, accompanied by a rotten and nauseating smell. With the help of the dim flame and sharp eyes, he saw a mummy in tattered clothes lying in the coffin. As if it had smelled the smell of a living person, the mummy's motionless and turbid eyes suddenly trembled and emitted a cold and terrifying light. Chunzong up to it immediately, and then it let out a soul-stirring roar like a beast, which echoed in the tomb chamber. Suddenly, the mummy bounced up from the coffin like a spring and flew towards Chunzong like an arrow leaving the bowstring. It opened all 10 fingers of both hands, and the 10 fingers were like fine steel. They were like ghost claws that brought with them an eerie chill. Along with the impact of the strong, decaying aura, it wanted to tear Chunzong apart. Chunzong unsheathed his sword, and the sword light broke through the air, like the sound of leather being beaten. The mummy flew backward, and the skinny but extremely hard body hit the wall of the tomb chamber, making a dull and loud sound. Chunzong frowned slightly. He saw that the mummy's robe was even more torn where the sword had hit it, and the greenish-gray skin was exposed. It was as tough as an old cow's skin, and the sword had only slightly split it open. The strength of the mummy's body was amazing. As soon as the mummy landed, it bounced off its feet and flew toward Chunzong at a faster speed, like a flash of lightning. The sword light flashed again, and the mummy flew backward again, faster than the last time. It hit the hard wall, and the wall made a cracking sound, as if it was slightly broken. The powerful impact caused the mummy to be stuck to the wall. After a few breaths' time, the mummy finally broke free and fearlessly pounced towards Chunzong once again. Accompanied by a series of roars that made one's heart flutter, a foul stench spewed out from its open mouth. 100% power. The 30-second move of the horizontal sword technique. Cut. The mummy's skinny skull-like head flew up directly, and its body was also cut back. It hit the wall again, and its limbs twitched a few times. After falling to the ground, it curled up and stopped moving. Finally, it was dead, but Chunzong did not feel relaxed at all. He had to use all of his power to activate the 30-second move of the horizontal sword technique to kill it. It would be difficult to do it if he was a little weaker, which showed that the mummy's strength was terrible. One mummy would be fine, but if there were a few of them, the pressure would be great. If there were more than 10 of them, Chunzong would have to run for his life. Chunzong threw away all distracting thoughts. Since he was here, he would do his best. He appeared beside the bronze coffin and looked inside to see if there was anything else, but there was nothing. Then he used his two swords to pick up the mummy's body, but found nothing useful, so he quickly walked forward. Dying! With a loud roar, a wild and violent fist violently smashed into the shriveled and emaciated body that was emitting a decaying aura. It was directly forced back and smashed into the wall like a meteorite. The frightening impact caused the shriveled corpse to spread out and hang on the wall like a painting. It was unable to move for a moment. On the other side, the two mummies attacked from the left and the right at the same time. They were as fast and fierce as ancient beasts, and they were not afraid of death. Boom! Boom! Two more punches were thrown, and the two mummies hit the wall like the first one, and then they slid down. They were the disciples of the ancient mountain sect, and they were good at fist techniques. They were as powerful and domineering as the mountains. However, the disciple of the ancient mountain sect was not happy at all. Instead, his face was ashen. He did not know when a scratch had appeared on his arm. It was a very, very small scratch. Normally, it would be completely negligible. With his body, he could heal it in a short period of time. But now, traces of numbness and itchiness spread from the small wound, accompanied by a tingling sensation. The blood that oozed out was not red, but had a little bit of filthy gray pus. It also emitted a strong, fishy smell. Corpse poison. He did not know when the mummy's claws brushed past him, and he was poisoned. Circulating his cultivation method, he activated his tyrannical and heavy strength. Along with the wriggling muscles of his arm, he pressed the corpse poison out of the wound bit by bit. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to do it. However, the problem was that after the three mummies landed, they stood up shakily and quickly recovered. They then flew over from three different directions, interrupting the ancient mountain sect disciples' movements. After a series of fierce battles, the corpse poison on his arm also spread quickly. His entire arm began to feel numb, and he could not use much strength. His head began to feel dizzy, and there were double images in front of him. One of the mummies was killed, and it died in pieces. The other two mummies were also injured, but they left more wounds on the ancient mountain sect disciple's body, causing the corpse poison to spread further throughout his body. His whole body was numb, and it was difficult for him to deal with the two mummies. They flew to his body, and one after the other, the mummies opened their black mouths, revealing sharp shark-like teeth, and bit the ancient mountain sect disciple's body. After biting a piece of flesh and chewing, the blood mixed with corpse poison spread out and poured into the mummies' mouths. The two mummies suddenly roared loudly, as if they were very excited, and crazily ate the flesh and blood. In just a few breaths, the ancient mountain sect disciple could not even breathe. Half of his body was bitten and swallowed, and even his hard bones were chewed and eaten. The bodies of the two dried corpses also underwent a drastic change. Their bodies trembled incessantly, and under their skin that was as tough as old leather, their steel-like bones trembled incessantly, emitting a series of explosive sounds that resounded in the surroundings. As they stretched, the bodies of the dried corpses seemed to have become even taller. Then, the shriveled skin quickly expanded like a balloon and became full. In just a few dozen breaths, the two mummies had undergone a drastic change. They were completely different from before, and they looked like they were full of flesh and blood, as if they had turned from mummies into humans. However, it was still not human. It still had grayish-green tough skin, a bald head, turbid eyes filled with cold bestiality, and a decaying aura. However, compared to before, it seemed to have changed greatly. It had become much stronger. Roar! Roar! After the two mutated mummies let out an astonishing roar, their turbid and cold eyes swept around, as if they had a little wisdom and could make a judgment. Immediately, they jumped and quickly rushed forward along the tomb's passage, as fast as lightning. The difference from before could be seen from their bodies. When they were still mummies, they looked very stiff, but now they had become flexible. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. People who entered constantly encountered mummies. Some opened the bronze coffin lids like Chunzong, while some mummies broke the bronze coffin lids and rushed out. As the shrieks of the mummified corpses spread, more and more coffin lids in different parts of the tomb opened. Mummified corpses rushed out one after another like a pack of mad dogs. They all rushed towards the place where there was the scent of living people. It was as if the blood dripped into the sea and was smelled by sharks, and groups of sharks rushed over. Some mummies were beheaded, but there were also warriors whose flesh and blood were devoured by mummies. As long as they ate a piece of warriors' flesh and blood, the mummies' bodies would undergo a drastic change. They would become plump, flexible, and stronger. Ants. The underworld raven's voice was a bit hoarse, and it carried an extremely cold, killing intent. His palm slashed through the air, and a black and red blade light quickly spread through the air like a silk thread. The three mummies that had completed their transformation quickly approached the underworld raven from 3 different directions, and they all moved to kill the underworld raven. However, the black and red blade light swept past them. Their tyrannical bodies were unable to resist the black and red blade light of the underworld raven, and they were directly cut apart. In the blink of an eye, the 3 mummies that had become even more tyrannical and were able to contend with an early stage 4-star warrior were cut into pieces. They couldn't be more dead. However, the underworld raven was as relaxed as crushing 3 ants. His body flashed, and he swept forward like a crow from hell, turning into a black line and disappearing. Chapter 474. So powerful. The 2 swords vibrated as Chunzong was blown away. He was extremely shocked. Before, he could kill the mummy with 1 sword attack with all of his power. But right now, the 30-second movement of the horizontal sword art was broken through by the mummy, and he was blown away as well. Chunzong had seen the mummy's transformation with his own eyes. From the clues, Chunzong deduced that the mummy would change once it ate the flesh of a living person. Not only would it change in shape, but it would also become more powerful. However, Chunzong did not know if it would require the flesh of a powerful warrior or any living person. There was no way to prove it, and Chunzong would not try to do so either. Unless I use the Star Scar sword to perform the Star Point secret art, it would be hard to kill it. Chunzong thought to himself. The difference between an extreme 3-star warrior and an early 4-star warrior was very obvious. Chunzong knew that even if he used the Star Scar double swords to push his power to the extreme, he would only be able to reach the early 4-star level. Only by performing the Star Point secret art would he be able to reach the early 4-star level. However, this kind of early 4-star level came from the Star Point secret art, so it would only last for a short while. Therefore, it could not be counted as his real battling power. Chunzong switched to the Star Scar double swords and threw out dark blue sword lights. They were like the traces left by shooting stars in the sky. The mummy that had changed in shape. No, it should not be called a mummy anymore. It should be called a blood corpse. However, it was extremely powerful. It kept chasing after Chunzong. As it waved its arms, it shattered all of the Star Scar sword lights, turning them into countless light spots. Not only did the blood corpse's body and strength change, even its intelligence had changed a little. It could smell the incomparably exuberant blood energy fluctuations on Chunzong's body. It was like the most delicious food, producing an incomparable temptation to it. This blood corpse's simple intelligence allowed it to be sure of one thing. As long as it could eat Chunzong, it would definitely experience a second change and become even more powerful. And its feeling was not wrong. Chunzong had a very powerful body, refining power. His pure yang qi and blood contained a lot of energy, which was very beneficial to the blood corpse. Chunzong once again experienced the feeling of helplessness. Like maggots in the bones, they pursued him relentlessly. But in the end, he had been training very hard. His speed of improvement was very fast, but he had not been training for long. Chunzong rushed into a giant tomb chamber, but his face changed. A few figures appeared in another tunnel that connected to the tomb chamber. They were blood corpses. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong was surrounded by 6 blood corpses. Above him was the ceiling of the tomb, below him was the floor, and to the left and right were the walls. Every part of the tomb was extremely hard and impenetrable. The 6 blood corpses let out low growls and quickly surrounded Chunzong. They cut off all his escape routes and quickly closed in on him. The smell of decay was strong, and Chunzong's face became dignified. 6 blood corpses. Any one of them had the strength of an early 4-star master. If it was only one of them, he might have a chance to kill it, but 6 of them was too difficult. The cold and cruel eyes of the 6 blood corpses released an incomparable thirst, thirsting for Chunzong's flesh and blood. That was enough to make them undergo a second transformation. Turbid and smelly saliva dripped from their mouths, making a crisp sound. Unable to retreat, Chunzong clasped a small thunderbolt sword chi ball and, without hesitation, activated its power and threw it out. At the same time, Chunzong also used his fastest speed to rush towards the bronze coffin not far away, activating his own defensive power. The small thunderbolt sword chi ball exploded, and countless silver sword chi shot out, tearing the sky apart and directly covering the entire tomb. This was equivalent to a strike from a pseudo-transcendent realm master. So no matter how tyrannical the blood corpses were, they were unable to resist. Their tyrannical bodies were directly torn apart and turned to dust. The terrifying silver sword chi shot out in all directions, continuing for a few breaths of time before stopping. The 6 blood corpses had completely disappeared. Not even a trace of them could be found. The roof, walls, and floor of this tomb were all filled with holes. These holes were all caused by the small thunderbolt sword chi ball's sword chi, each one as thick as a finger and several inches deep. In addition, the bronze coffin had also been pierced by the terrifying sword chi, riddling it with thousands of holes. Chunzong, who was hiding behind the ancient bronze coffin, was still alive. He had only been slightly shaken by the shock waves and suffered some internal injuries. Fortunately, he had the ancient bronze coffin. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by the terrifying sword chi of the little thunderbolt sword chi bullet, just like the 6 dried corpses. I wonder when I'll be able to release such an attack. Chunzong stood up and swept his eyes around, shocked and horrified. As for the injuries on his body, under his self-healing ability and the power of the 1,000-year tree heart, they had quickly healed. Looking around, the bronze coffin lid was opened, but there was no corpse inside. Instead, there was a black inner armor lying quietly inside. This surprised Chunzong. It turned out that there were not only corpses inside the bronze coffin, but also other things. Raising his hand and grabbing, the black inner armor flew into his hand. It was cold and soft to the touch, making Chunzong feel refreshed. Without a doubt, this black inner armor was a pseudo-spiritual weapon, but it was impossible to tell what level it was just by looking at it. Chunzong poured his power into it and activated the inner armor's power. In the midst of a buzzing sound, a black light quickly spread out, filling the surroundings. The black light was soft and tough. Level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor. Chunzong's face was full of surprise, and then he was pleasantly surprised. No matter if it was a pseudo-spiritual weapon or a spiritual weapon, defensive ones were often more valuable than weapons. The value of this level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was not much less than the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon set of the Star Scar double swords. Without any hesitation, Chunzong directly put on this level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor. Even without activating its power, its material was better than a level 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon, and it had a stronger defensive ability. The Star Scar double swords can make my attacking power stronger than a normal peak 3-star warrior. It can barely approach the early 4-star level, but it is still not as strong as a real early 4-star warrior. And the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor can make my defensive ability even stronger. Combined, it can only make me better at fighting against an early 4-star warrior. Chunzong thought to himself, I can only rely on myself, but my cultivation is still my shortcoming. Even if he had a lucky encounter and raised his true force cultivation to the peak of LV7 true martial realm, it would still be difficult for him to deal with such a situation. At least, I need to be at LV8 true martial realm, Chunzong thought to himself. However, the more he cultivated, the harder it was to raise his cultivation. Under normal circumstances, Chunzong knew that it would take him at least 3 months to break through from the peak of LV7 true martial realm to the early stage of LV8 true martial realm. I only hope that I can gain something from here, so that I can break through to LV8 true martial realm as soon as possible. Only then will I have a better chance of surviving here. Unfolding his body, Chunzong chose a direction and continued to move forward. Not long after, a figure came to this tomb chamber. Seeing the potholes in all directions, his face suddenly changed. Who is it? How can the attack be so strong? Underworld Raven or Long Xinshan? Glancing at the ancient bronze coffin, the person hurriedly left, not daring to stay any longer. He knew how hard the walls of this ancient tomb were. It was hard to imagine how strong the attack was to cause such damage. Hee, even if you transform, you are still no match for me. The water-covering elephant Wei Hai rubbed his bald head. His finger brushed past the hideous scar. His eyes flickered with a vicious light as he stared at the roaring blood corpse in front of him. Treasure Mountain Prefecture's 4 symbols and 3 mountains. Each one of them had at least 4-star combat strength. Although water-covered, Elephant Wei Hai was ranked 7th. His combat strength was also very strong. He was even stronger than a normal 4-star warrior. The Treasure Elephant Sect's martial arts focused on both body cultivation and true force condensation. With the combination of the two, it could release an even more terrifying power. Although the Blood Corpse was strong, it had only just reached the 4-star warrior level. It was not a match for a genius like Wei Hai. As the Blood Corpse moved, it quickly bounced off the walls of the tomb chamber and charged at Wei Hai from behind. Its corpse claws viciously clawed at Wei Hai's back. Get lost! Wei Hai quickly turned around and fiercely punched out. The terrifying fist pressure caused the Blood Corpse's body to pause for a moment before it was sent flying by the ferocious punch. Just as Wei Hai was about to follow up with another punch, 2 more Blood Corpses suddenly rushed over from the other passageways. Wei Hai had a high level of body cultivation. His powerful qi and blood would spread out far and wide, attracting more Blood Corpses. 1 Blood Corpse was nothing. Even if there were 2 or 3 Blood Corpses, Wei Hai would still be able to deal with them easily. However, when there were 5 Blood Corpses, that kind of pressure caused Wei Hai's face to turn serious. The Blood Corpse's body was very strong. He could not kill it with 1 punch. No, he could do it, but it would require him to use all of his strength. There would be a short period of exhaustion. If there was only 1 Blood Corpse, it would not be a big deal. However, there were 5 of them. Once he was exhausted, it would be very dangerous. I can only use the exploding fist bead. Wei Hai secretly said, taking out a golden bead. After crushing it, a golden light covered his fist, exuding a terrifying aura. As he punched out, the air in the tomb chamber trembled, making it seem as if the entire chamber was about to collapse. Under the terrifying pressure of his fist, the 5 Blood Corpses were unable to move and could only be hit by his fist one after another before exploding. This terrifying punch was at least on the level of a pseudo-transcendent. Wei Hai felt very regretful. If he was a bit stronger, he would not have needed to waste this exploding fist bead, but there was no other way. The longer he fought against 5 Blood Corpses, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. After killing the 5 Blood Corpses for some unknown reason, a group of dried corpses and several Blood Corpses appeared from both sides of the tunnel. They quickly crawled across the floor, walls, and ceiling, approaching at an astonishing speed. Come, let me kill all of you, Wei Hai roared furiously. Chapter 475. There were countless chambers in the dozens of miles of ancient tombs. Between the chambers, there were countless interconnected passages. It was very complicated, just like a maze. Moreover, The size and shape of each chamber were almost the same, making it even harder for people to distinguish them. There were also dried corpses and blood corpses, making it even more dangerous. With the help of the exploding fist bead, Wei Hai threw out a punch, shattering a few dried corpses. The shockwave spread out and blew away the blood corpses that were charging at him, crashing into the wall and breaking all of their bones. No matter how many dried corpses there were, they could not block one punch from Wei Hai. This kind of tyrannical power made Wei Hai laugh out loud. However, he did not get carried away. He knew that it was the power of the exploding fist bead that made him this powerful, and not his own power. While killing the dried corpses and blood corpses, he quickly retreated, wanting to leave this tomb. An extremely violent roar was heard, as if it was an order. More dried corpses and blood corpses rushed at Wei Hai without any fear of death. The power of the exploding fist bead was indeed powerful, but could not be maintained for long. Gradually, the golden light on the fist dimmed. The moment the golden light disappeared, two scarlet lights sliced through the air. A tyrannical figure flew over like lightning, bringing with it an extremely tyrannical power. Wei Hai was shocked, hurriedly throwing out a punch. With a rumbling sound, a shockwave spread out. Wei Hai's face suddenly changed, and he was extremely shocked. The impact of the violent power had blown Wei Hai away, and he felt as if his arm had been destroyed. His whole body crashed into the wall, and his whole body hung on the wall like a painting. His muscles and bones creaked as if they were about to fall apart. Wei Hai's body slid down, and he finally saw his target clearly. It was also a blood corpse, but it was different from the blood corpses he had killed before. This one was taller and stronger, and its eyes were emitting a scarlet light, looking extremely evil. Without a doubt, this blood corpse was even more tyrannical than the normal ones. That punch, just now, Wei Hai felt that it was at least a mid-stage 4-star battle power, or even higher. His whole body was exhausted, and that tall blood corpse once again rushed at him. Its speed was extremely fast, like thunder breaking through the sky. Wei Hai didn't even have time to react. He didn't even have time to take out the second exploding fist bead before the tall blood corpse punched him. His chest caved in and his sternum shattered, stabbing into his organs. No matter how strong Wei Hai's body was and how tenacious his life force was, his injuries were too severe. He could only resist for a moment. Soon after, the blood corpse opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth that could crush steel viciously bit down on Wei Hai's neck, directly tearing off a large piece of flesh. After chewing and swallowing, it didn't take long for Wei Hai to be eaten by this tall and strong blood corpse. When the blood corpse swallowed Wei Hai, it suddenly let out an astonishing roar, and the impact caused the tomb to tremble slightly. The tall blood corpse trembled continuously, and the bones all over its body let out a series of explosive sounds. And even more berserk chi rushed out. Scarlet blood gushed out from its eyes. Gradually, as the tall blood corpse transformed, a layer of light red keratin covered its skin, making it look even tougher. If an experienced person were to see this, he or she would be very surprised because this blood corpse had undergone a second transformation, turning into a blood corpse general. When the transformation stopped, the blood corpse, which was even more ferocious and tyrannical than before, swept its scarlet eyes across the area. It seemed to have sensed the aura of a living person in the air. Soon after, a strange smile appeared on its ice-cold and sinister face. Its figure flashed, and a sharp explosion sounded out as it disappeared. A dot of dark blue bright star light pierced through the air, bringing with it the pressure of a falling star. It suppressed everything, making that blood corpse unable to move for a second. Then, a dot of starlight pierced through between its eyebrows. Secret art. Star point. The star point performed with the star scar sword was even more powerful. It had directly killed a blood corpse, and that horrifying power had even shattered the insides of the blood corpse's skull. No matter if it was a blood corpse or a dry corpse, they only had one weakness, which was the head. It was either to cut off the neck and separate the head from the body, or to destroy the insides of the head. After performing the star point to kill the blood corpse, Chunzong hurriedly took out a Zhun pellet and ate it. His Zhun recovered by 30%, and then, with the circulation of his martial art, it recovered rapidly. Luckily, it was only a blood corpse, or else Chunzong would not dare to perform his secret art. In this ancient tomb, Chunzong could not find a chance to train properly. Of course, if he wanted to break through to the 8th level of the true martial realm, he would have to train hard for at least a couple of months, and this place was not suitable. As he continued to move forward, he encountered more dry corpses. With his 2 swords, the dry corpses were beheaded one after another. When he passed through another tunnel, Chunzong stopped. The front was different from what he had seen before. It seemed to be the end of the tunnel, and it was a huge tomb room. There was an entrance to the tomb room, and there were thick pillars on both sides, making it look like a palace. According to the structure of the tomb, this should be the main tomb in the center. Chunzong was excited. He did not know if he could find anything useful in the main tomb. The main tomb was not small, but the door was tightly shut. Before Chunzong could move, there was the sound of wind breaking, and other people arrived. There were 5 tunnels connected to the main tomb. Not long after, 7 or 8 people rushed in from each tunnel. The main tomb. There must be treasures in the center of the tomb. Their eyes lit up. They could survive until now under the siege of the dry corpses and blood corpses, not only because they were strong, but also because they were lucky. Junior brother. A familiar voice sounded, and Chunzong knew who it was. Senior brother. Chunzong turned his head and saw Lin Yuye appear beside him in a flash. Seeing that Chunzong was still alive and intact, Lin Yuye breathed a sigh of relief. Chunzong had the lowest cultivation and was the weakest of the 5. Before entering, Lin Yuye did not feel the danger of the Tianyun secret land, but after entering, he understood. He could not help but worry about Chunzong. As the current sword son of the unhindered sword sect, Chunzong had high hopes placed on him. If he were to die here, it would be a huge loss to the unhindered sword sect. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with Chunzong. He did not wish for him to die here. Not long after, Gu Jiang and a disciple of the Jinyang sect arrived. Young master Tianshui Mu Qianhua of the Tianshui sect also came. Proud Snow Plum Mei Luoqing of the Ao Mei Villa also came. A strong aura filled the air. A dragon-like figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. It was Long Xinshan of the imperial family. As soon as he appeared, his terrifying aura suppressed everyone. He was the strongest, and his aura was also the strongest. Even the 4 geniuses of the Tianjiang prefecture could not compare with him. They were completely suppressed. To become a genius, in addition to his talent and strength, his will was also superior. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed like this, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Jiang kept urging his strength. His whole body seemed to turn into a blazing sun, but he still could not break free from Long Xinshan's aura. Oh! Feeling Gu Jiang's resistance, Long Xinshan said softly and looked over. Buzzing sounds could be heard. His eyes were like 2 blazing suns, emitting an incomparably terrifying might. Long Xinshan seemed to have disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only those 2 eyes remained in the air, suppressing everyone. The aura was vast and endless. Even though they weren't directly facing him, everyone felt uncomfortable. They couldn't look him in the eye and had no choice but to retreat. Gu Jiang, who bore the brunt of the attack, suddenly changed his expression. His aura was instantly suppressed, and he couldn't move. It was as if a king had arrived, making him want to submit. Kneel. Submit. Many thoughts emerged from the depths of his heart. I'm a heaven's chosen. I won't submit to anyone. Gu Jiang's stubbornness completely exploded. He would rather die than kneel, and he would rather die than submit. Stubborn. Long Xinshan snorted in displeasure. His voice exploded in Gu Jiang's ears like thunder. Gu Jiang could not resist the powerful impact. His whole body flew backward, as if he had been hit by a violent force. He crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked dispirited. Eldest senior brother. The Truyang sect disciples rushed over and helped Gu Jiang up. They did not dare to look at Long Xinshan, even though they were filled with anger and hatred. Get lost. Long Xinshan's tone was extremely domineering. Let's go. No matter how unwilling he was, Gu Jiang knew that he was no match for Long Xinshan. He firmly remembered this matter and left with the disciples of the Truyang sect. If they did not leave, it would not be good if they were killed. Seeing Long Xinshan's attitude, many people's faces changed. Long Xinshan, you are still so soft-hearted. A cold voice that made people tremble was heard. Then, a black light flashed past and appeared in front of the main tomb. It was Underworld Raven, a disciple of the Wanluo sect. With the arrival of Underworld Raven, an unconcealable, murderous aura spread out. It was like a huge wave, making everyone feel cold. Unlike Long Xinshan, Underworld Raven was cruel and merciless. He did not need a reason to kill. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He was like a madman. No one dared to provoke him. When Underworld Raven appeared, everyone felt as if their hearts were grabbed by an invisible hand. Even breathing became difficult. Let's go. Immediately, some people turned around and left with their fastest speed. No one knew if the Underworld Raven would suddenly go crazy and slaughter everyone. Other than Long Xinshan, no one else was able to block the Underworld Raven's attack. As for the Imperial family disciples, they were not afraid because Long Xinshan was there. Shenzong did not hesitate. While everyone was retreating, he also quickly retreated. Last time, Underworld Raven was not able to kill him. If he attacked again this time, it would be very dangerous. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. Only Underworld Raven, a few Wanluo sect disciples, Long Xinshan, and a few Imperial family disciples remained. Chapter 476. Waves of ferocious roars came from all directions. Everyone who had just left returned to the main tomb. The smile on Underworld Raven's face froze. Long Xinshan's eyes flickered. Without a doubt, it was not that they did not want to leave, but they could not. Large numbers of dried corpses and blood corpses were approaching from the 5 tunnels. Not long after, everyone retreated to the empty space in front of the main tomb. Large numbers of dried corpses appeared from the 5 tunnels, and they flew towards them with ferocious expressions. Everyone attacked one after another. They did not hold back and killed the corpses that flew towards them. Those who could survive until now in the ancient tomb were not simple. They were at least at the peak of the 3-star level, enough to fight against a dried corpse. However, there were too many dried corpses, and there were also many blood corpses. Those 3-star martial artists who were lucky enough to make it here could not hold on anymore. Death began to appear. As the dried corpses ate the flesh, they immediately transformed into blood corpses, and their strength became even stronger. The pressure increased sharply. Shenzong and Lin Yuye worked together to kill the dried corpses and blood corpses. Lin Yuye's battle strength increased to the mid-4-star level. Killing the normal blood corpses was not difficult for him. As for the dried corpses, it was even easier for him to kill them. However, following the waves of ferocious roars, dried corpses rushed over one after another. It was as if there was no end to them. At this moment, everyone felt that something was wrong. Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan also attacked one after another. Both of their battle strength had reached the 5-star level. They were very powerful. Whether it was the dried corpses or the more powerful blood corpses, there was no difference between them. They completely suppressed them. Underworld Raven's palm slashed out like a blade. The black and red blade light directly chopped off the heads of more than a dozen dried corpses. Long Xinshan's palm slapped out, and more than a dozen dried corpses and blood corpses were smashed into pieces. When the two of them attacked, everyone immediately felt the pressure decrease. In front of the main tomb, it had become a battlefield for the final battle. There was no luck in a battle of life and death. Roar. The extremely violent roar caused everyone's expression to change. The energy fluctuation contained within it also caused Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan's expression to become serious. A figure rushed out from the dried corpses and blood corpses. It directly grabbed a 4-star prodigy and ate his flesh. This was a 2-meter tall and very strong blood corpse. Its body was covered with a layer of light red keratin. It looked very terrifying. Its aura was violent, like a hurricane. Everyone stared at the huge blood corpse that suddenly appeared. And Long Xinshan's expression. After entering the Heavenly Cloud secret land, the two of them basically did not encounter any opponents who were worthy of their full strength. Of course, if they were enemies, they would have to go all out. And after eating a few mouthfuls of flesh, the Blood Corpse general casually flung the body of the early 4-star warrior to the side. A group of blood corpses pounced on the corpse and ate it. Instantly, the blood corpses changed again, and the chi of the blood corpses became stronger. The Blood Corpse general's scarlet eyes were filled with a violent killing intent, but they were also incomparably cold. With just a glance, everyone felt their hair stand on end. "This is my prey." As Underworld Raven spoke, his palm slashed out like a blade. The black and red blade light tore through the sky. The huge blood corpse didn't have any intention of dodging. It allowed Underworld Raven's blade to strike its body. Unexpectedly, the black and red blade light shattered. The blood corpse's light red keratin was intact. Good. Underworld Raven was even more excited. The others were shocked. Those who had seen Underworld Raven's attack were very clear about the power of his casual slash. The 4-star early-stage blood corpse was easily cut in half. Now, it couldn't cause any damage to the huge blood corpse. It didn't even leave a mark. Senior brother Underworld Raven is going to show his true strength. A few Wanluo sect disciples laughed. The Underworld Raven's hand touched his waist, and a blood-red light spread out like a rainbow. Only then did Shenzong and the others clearly see that the extremely dazzling blood-red light was a soft blade. With the soft blade in hand, Underworld Raven's aura suddenly changed. His killing intent filled the air. It made people feel cold and stiff. Underworld Raven, who took out the soft blade, showed his true strength. Since Underworld Raven showed his true strength, Long Xinshan stopped and stood to the side. Shenzong and the others retreated. The blood corpses and dried corpses behind the blood corpse also retreated. Roar! The blood corpse let out a roar. Heavy sound waves bombarded Underworld Raven. The soft blade trembled. A scarlet blade light spread out. It cut the sound waves apart and attacked the blood corpse. This soft blade was called the Bloodlust Blade. It was a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon. Its power was shocking. Together with the blade technique that Underworld Raven cultivated, it was even more terrifying. As Underworld Raven's wrist trembled, the Bloodlust Blade released countless scarlet blade lights. They were like a hurricane as they attacked the blood corpse. With a shocking roar, they attacked mercilessly. The blood corpse's scarlet eyes shot out rays of light. It opened its arms, and 2 fist-sized balls of bloody light blasted forward. The bloody light exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Everyone retreated and tried their best to open their eyes. However, they could only see the dazzling bloody light filling the surroundings. It was very dazzling. Within the bloody light, countless intense sounds kept coming out. The blood corpse and the Underworld Raven were fighting fiercely. The blood corpse's battle power had reached 5 stars. The Underworld Raven's battle power was also 5 stars. They were almost evenly matched. When the bloody light dissipated, the Underworld Raven flew back. However, the blood corpse only took a few steps back. Everyone saw that the blood corpse's light red body had dozens of blade marks. However, none of the blade marks actually hurt the blood corpse's body. Moreover, those blade marks were quickly disappearing. Just like the blood corpse's weakness was its head. Even if its body was injured, it would not affect its strength. The Underworld Raven, who was knocked back, did not seem to have any injuries. However, he knew that his blood and chi were surging. The blood corpse was very strong. However, It was also because it was very strong that it felt good to kill it. Because of his excitement, the underworld raven's cheeks were flushed red. His eyes were crazy. His body trembled slightly. The bloodlust blade in his hand buzzed and emitted a bloody light. The bloody light spread out and turned into ripples that surrounded the underworld raven's body. The underworld raven's body seemed to have lost all weight. He floated in the air like a blood-marked demon god. It's the bloodlust blade technique. The underworld raven is going to use his full strength. Long Xinshin's face was slightly serious. The bloodlust blade technique was not a cultivation technique of the Wanluo sect. It was a peerless heaven-class blade technique that the underworld raven had obtained by chance. However, it was a pity that it was missing the last layer. Therefore, it was incomplete. However, even so, it was still stronger than a peerless heaven-class martial skill. The underworld raven's powerful strength was also related to the bloodlust blade technique. There is also a saying that the underworld raven was so bloodthirsty because of the influence of the bloodlust blade technique. No matter what, the underworld raven, who had used the bloodlust blade technique, had used his full strength. Countless bloody ripples spread out from the bloodlust blade and swept past the underworld raven's body. In an instant, they entered and spread out again. An even closer connection was formed between the underworld raven and the bloodlust blade. It was even closer than when the body and the blade were one. The underworld raven's eyes also rapidly changed. Scarlet filled his eyes, and they were filled with killing intent. It was as if the common people were ants that could be slaughtered. A chill invaded his heart. Aside from Long Xinshin, even mountain-shaking elephant Luo Tianba's expression changed. He knew that he was not the underworld raven's opponent. He had no choice but to retreat further. It was as if there was an invisible long blade hanging over his neck that could chop off his neck at any moment. Shenzong also felt his hair stand on end. The underworld raven at this moment was too tyrannical. It could be said that the underworld raven from before did not use much of his strength. Sensing danger, the Blood Corpse General let out a low roar. A faint red light spread out from his body and covered his skin. It emitted a misty halo. Bloodlust blade technique. The underworld raven said faintly. It was as if a chilly wind from hell had come from it. Then, he slashed out with his blade. It looked like an ordinary blade, but it burst forth with unparalleled power. Thousands of bloody ripples surrounded the blade and attacked the Blood Corpse General. Every bloody ripple that passed by made the people dozens of meters away feel a sharp chill. It was as if their bodies were being sliced apart. Roar! The Blood Corpse General roared again. Red light burst forth, and a part of it gathered on his hands. He grabbed out fiercely and directly broke a few bloody ripples. However, even more blood-colored ripples surrounded the Blood Corpse General like swallows spreading their wings and slashing it at one after another. Every bloody ripple was extremely tyrannical. It first tore apart the red light around the Blood Corpse General's body and then tore apart its skin. It injured the Blood Corpse General's body. Most of the ripples were aimed at the Blood Corpse General's neck. The Blood Corpse General's intelligence was above that of the Blood Corpse General. It was also very clear about its own weakness. Therefore, the skin on its neck was the thickest. It faintly condensed into the shape of a piece of armor. The red light that covered it was even denser. It grabbed out with both hands and tried its best to block the bloody ripples that were aimed at its neck. It's very strong, very fast, and has a very strong body. Unfortunately, Long Xinshin suddenly said, causing the people standing at the side to be confused. Strong, fast, and strong body. This was already very scary. Why did he say that it was a pity? The reason why Long Xinshin felt that it was a pity was because the Blood Corpse General's methods were too simple. It could not be used completely like a martial artist, and there was no technique to speak of. If this Blood Corpse General could use martial arts like a martial artist, it was believed that its strength would be even more powerful. The bloody ripples were shattered one after another. However, the red light on the Blood Corpse General's body was also completely destroyed. The skin on its body was also torn apart, and the skin on its neck was also damaged. Blood Slaughterblade. A faint voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell rang out once again. In front of everyone's eyes, there was only a scarlet light that flashed past and disappeared like an illusion. Underworld Raven appeared more than 10 meters behind the Blood Corpse General with his blade. The Blood Slaughter blade trembled slightly. Following Underworld Raven's hand, it returned to its waist and turned into a belt. It's over. Could it be that we won? Chapter 477. The only Blood Corpse General was killed by the Underworld Raven. The Underworld Raven, who was filled with killing intent, suddenly turned around. His eyes shot out an ominous glint and swept across the crowd. Suddenly, it was as if their bodies had been cut by an invisible blade. Their faces changed as they suddenly woke up. The Underworld Raven was a crazy demon who killed without blinking. Retreat. However, the moment everyone retreated, the Underworld Raven suddenly attacked. His palm was like a blade as he attacked. The black and red blade light spread out like a ribbon and floated towards the crowd. It was too fast. A portion of the people did not even have time to dodge and were affected. The true power and pseudo-spiritual equipment on their bodies were unable to completely block it. Their bodies were directly cut open. In the blink of an eye, 4 people were killed. The Underworld Raven did not plan to stop. He, who was addicted to killing, attacked again. The mountain-shaking elephant attacked with a punch. Under the tyrannical power, the ferocious punch seemed to be able to break a mountain as it shattered the black and red blade light. The Underworld Raven who did not use the blood-slaughtering blade was not the Underworld Raven at his peak. At the very least, his blade technique required the blood-slaughtering blade to display its true power. Only the mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, could block it. The other black and red blade light slashed towards the flat cloud mountains Du Hengqi. Du Hengqi sent out a palm. The dense and vigorous true power was like a moving mountain as it shattered the blade light. Whether it was the mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, or the flat cloud mountains Du Hengqi, their battle prowess had reached the peak of 4-star. With the mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, and the flat cloud mountains Du Hengqi shattering the blade light, it gave the others a chance to escape. The Underworld Raven's right hand suddenly landed on his waist. Just as he was about to pull out the blood-slaughtering blade to display his full strength, a dull sound came from behind him. The main tomb's tightly shut door automatically opened. The Underworld Raven's figure flashed and turned into a black light like a hell raven. He quickly rushed towards the main tomb's door. Long Xinshan also took a step forward and soared into the sky like a golden dragon. The moment the Underworld Raven's figure rushed into the main tomb, a scarlet blade light slashed through the air. It left an eye-catching blade mark in front of the main tomb's door, emitting an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. A voice that was like the wind from hell made people trembling with fear. Everyone was unwilling to accept this as they stared at the scarlet scar. There was no doubt that there were treasures in the main tomb, treasures that everyone coveted. The feeling of being unable to reach out for a treasure that was right in front of them made everyone feel uncomfortable. Maybe there's nothing inside, someone said in an unwilling voice. This was also a possibility, but it was very unlikely. The other disciples of the 10,000 sifting sect and the other disciples of the imperial family blocked the entrance to the main tomb. They faced the crowd and made it clear that they were determined not to let anyone enter. Whatever, let's go. Seeing that, someone sighed and turned around to leave. Brother Tianba, do you want to? Flat Cloud Mountain's Du Hengqi sent a voice transmission, his eyes flickering with ferocity. Both of them possessed peak 4-star combat prowess, and they were the strongest existences among the people present. Moreover, they had trump cards that they had yet to use. If they insisted on entering the main tomb, the 10,000 sifting sect's disciples and the imperial family's disciples would not be able to stop them. The only thing they had to worry about was the Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan, who had already entered the main tomb. After all, their battle strength was above the two of them. Moreover, with their status, they would have trump cards that were not inferior to the two of them. Junior brother, let's go. Lin Yuye withdrew his gaze and gave up on the idea of entering the main tomb. Although Chunzong also wanted to enter the main tomb to see if there were any rewards, he could not help but feel that the difference in strength between him and the underworld raven and Long Xinshan was too great. Moreover, even if there were any treasures in the main tomb, they probably could not compare to the Red Thunder Sword. It was not worth using the Red Thunder Sword. Okay. Nodding, Chunzong and Lin Yuye formed a hand seal and left. Although they could not enter the main tomb, there might be other treasures in this ancient tomb that could be found. Soon, everyone left one after another. Only Mountain Shaking Elephant Luo Tianba, Cloud Mountain Du Hengqi, and Cloud Mountain Du Hengyuan were still thinking. If you want to enter, go ahead. Luo Tianba finally made the decision and left. Du Hengqi secretly cursed, but he did not dare to force his way in. He could only leave with a heart full of unwillingness. Junior brother, come with me. Lin Yuye led Chunzong forward and turned into a tomb chamber. Then, through the tomb chamber's passage, they went to another tomb chamber. Chunzong did not suspect anything and followed Lin Yuye forward. Not long after, Lin Yuye stopped in a tomb chamber. As soon as he stepped into this tomb chamber, Chunzong immediately noticed that this tomb chamber was different from the others. There was no ancient bronze coffin in this tomb chamber. Instead, there was a statue standing in the center of this tomb chamber. This statue was made of ancient bronze. It was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and his head slightly raised. His deep eyes seemed to be looking into the distance through time and space, into the distant unknown. When he saw this ancient bronze statue, Chunzong could not help but feel a sense of reverence. I guess there must be a reason for this ancient bronze statue to exist, Lin Yuye said. His eyes carefully swept over the ancient bronze statue as he said, "It's just that I've been studying it for a long time, but I can't find anything mysterious about it." Chunzong also felt that there was something special about this ancient bronze statue in this tomb chamber. Perhaps there was something mysterious about it. His eyes shone brightly as he carefully looked at this ancient bronze statue from top to bottom. But just like Lin Yuye, Chunzong could not find anything mysterious about it. Finally, Chunzong's eyes fell on the back of the ancient bronze statue's head. There was something strange about it. There was a faint depression. Eldest senior brother, look. Chunzong pointed to the depression at the back of the ancient bronze statue's head. Well, I've already seen it, but I've tried many methods, but I haven't found anything. Lin Yuye nodded and said, "It seems that something could be inlaid." Chunzong did not answer. Instead, he looked more carefully. Gradually, he felt that the depression was a little familiar, as if he had seen it before. But Chunzong was sure that this was definitely the first time he had seen this statue, or rather, the first time he had seen such a statue. Why did he feel that it was familiar? Could it be that he had seen something similar before? Standing in place, Chunzong seemed to be in a daze, but in fact his entire brain was working at high speed, searching for something similar to that depression that he might have seen before. From birth until now, Chunzong had experienced many things and seen many things. Everything would leave a trace and impression in his mind, but some of the traces were very faint, and he was completely unaware of them. But Chunzong had been cultivating for so long that his mind was much clearer than most people's. His mind was clear, and his thinking was even more sophisticated. Some of the faint memories of the past were recalled little by little as he thought. "Junior brother," Lin Yuye called out softly, but Chunzong did not respond. Lin Yuye thought that Chunzong had seen something mysterious and was meditating, so he did not disturb him. Instead, he stood guard for Chunzong. Time passed slowly. Most of the dried corpses and blood corpses were killed. The two of them were not disturbed at all. "I found it," Chunzong could not help but exclaim. "Junior brother, what did you find?" Lin Yuye was also surprised. "I'm not sure yet. Let me try," Chunzong responded. He pretended to search in his mustard seed bag, but in fact he took out an iron plate from his virtual ring. This iron plate was found by Chunzong in the royal treasury of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. He studied it for a long time, but did not know what it was used for. His master, the Marquis of Linshan, also did not know, but he was sure that it should be a treasure. Therefore, Chunzong had kept it. Gradually, Chunzong forgot about the iron plate in the corner of his virtual ring. Lin Yuye's gaze also fell on the black iron plate in Chunzong's hand. He vaguely felt that the shape of the iron plate was exactly the same as the concave shape at the back of the bronze statue's head, as if it had been taken from above. Could it be? Lin Yuye had just guessed when Chunzong jumped up. Holding the iron plate in his hand, he gently pressed it against the concave shape at the back of the bronze statue's head. It was a perfect fit. However, nothing special seemed to have happened. Could it be that it was useless? Was it just a coincidence? Lin Yuye also stared with wide eyes. Chunzong's figure slowly floated down like a feather. Suddenly, there seemed to be a slight sound from within the bronze statue. Then, the bronze statue trembled and emitted a thick and simple light. The light spread out in an instant and swept over Chunzong's figure. In an instant, Chunzong disappeared into thin air under Lin Yuye's gaze. After Chunzong disappeared, the thick bronze light also disappeared. Chun Shitty, Lin Yuye looked around. Other than himself and the statue, there was nothing else. The inside of the main tomb was very spacious. Underworld Raven and Long Xinshin stared ahead with serious expressions. In their eyes, there was a huge blood-red beast. It looked like a huge ape and was incomparably strong. Its thick arms had huge claws. Each claw was as sharp as a long knife and emitted a soul-stirring, blood-red cold light. An extremely tyrannical aura fluctuated. Underworld Raven and Long Xinshin knew that this strange beast was very strong. Extremely strong. One-on-one, they might not be able to defeat it. Behind the blood-red beast, there was a small closed door. Only by going through that small door could they reach the treasure of the main tomb. Both Underworld Raven and Long Xinshin knew some secrets. The biggest treasure of the main tomb was a stone tablet. It was called the Ancient Xian Tablet. Comprehending the Ancient Xian Tablet could increase the mysteries of martial arts. It was very mysterious. However, there was a limit to the number of times one could comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet. Every time the main tomb appeared, the first person to comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet would gain the most. The second person would gain less, and the third person would be even weaker. Let's join hands and comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet together, Long Xinshin said. Okay. Underworld Raven did not hesitate. This huge beast could only be defeated by joining hands. After defeating it, who would comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet first, and who would comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet later? Naturally, there would be a debate. However, both Underworld Raven and Long Xinshin were unwilling to comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet later. They could only comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet together. While the two of them were confronting the huge beast, a massive bronze light appeared in front of the Ancient Xian Tablet behind the small door. Soon after, a figure appeared. Chapter 478. Where is this? Chunzong's eyes were filled with vigilance and surprise as he scanned his surroundings. Then, his gaze fell on the stone tablet in front of him. It was 10 meters tall, pitch black, and octagonal in shape. It gradually shrank from the base to the top, and the ends were sharp just like an obelisk. There were golden runes on each side. From the bottom to the top, all the way to the end, each rune seemed to be flowing with light. It looked simple and mysterious, and had an indescribable aura. When Chunzong stared at the obelisk, his mind involuntarily went into a trance, and his consciousness felt like it was about to fly out of his body. The natural resistance made Chunzong immediately look away, and the feeling of his consciousness leaving his body disappeared. Looking around, there was only the stone tablet in the center of this tomb. There was nothing else. The mystery is on this stone tablet, Chunzong said to himself. Guarding his mind and will, his gaze once again fell on the obelisk-like black stone tablet, and his mind went into a trance again. However, Chunzong forcibly resisted the feeling of his consciousness leaving his body. He observed the simple and profound golden runes one by one, trying to see the mystery within. Suddenly, the golden runes shone brightly, and all of Chunzong's resistance was destroyed in an instant like snow under the scorching sun. A strong sense of trance came over him, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He wanted to look away, but it was too late. His consciousness seemed to be caught by an invisible force, and it flew out of his body and into the obelisk. 1,000 miles of blood slaughter. The underworld raven slashed out, and the rippling scarlet blade light slashed out thousands of scarlet ripples, which attacked the blood-red giant beast from all directions. Golden dragon claws. Long Xinshin also made a move. He stretched out his claw, and golden dragon claws appeared out of thin air. Each claw was surrounded by smoke, and it seemed to tear the sky apart as it viciously clawed at the blood-red giant beast. The blood-red giant beast roared, and the roar turned into ripples, and its disproportionately huge claws viciously clawed out. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the space in the main tomb was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The slaughtering blood ripples were shattered, and the golden Jiao dragon claw was also broken. The blood-red claw was like a crescent moon as it tore through the air. It was unstoppable. Countless ripples appeared in the air as it mercilessly attacked the underworld raven and Long Xinshin. Chinshidi must have gotten some kind of opportunity. I'd better leave this place first. Lin Yue waited for a while, but Chunzong still didn't appear. He muttered to himself and quickly left. He was surrounded by endless darkness, and he couldn't see any light, but he could feel that he had a new body. Suddenly, specks of light flickered in the endless distance. They went from weak to strong, like a group of bright stars. It was as if he was in the starry sky, accompanied by the stars. However, Chunzong didn't know where he was. A speck of starlight flew from afar. It was so fast that Chunzong couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. A string of information appeared, and Chunzong knew where this place was. The treasure of the ancient tomb was the ancient Xian tablet of the Tianyun mystery realm. The ancient Xian tablet could allow people to comprehend the mysteries of cultivation methods and martial arts. It was very precious. This dark starry sky was the space inside the ancient Xian tablet. Martial artists could enter with their spiritual consciousness and condense a body to comprehend cultivation methods and martial arts and improve them. The method to improve cultivation methods and martial arts in the space inside the ancient Xian monument was very direct. It was simple and crude, and that was to condense a body for the martial artist, allowing the martial artist to repeatedly cultivate the cultivation method or martial artist to the extreme before seeking a breakthrough. As everyone knew, any cultivation method or martial art, even the lowest level one, was the crystallization of wisdom. It was very difficult to create a cultivation method or martial art. Not only did it require enough martial arts accumulation, but it also required an opportunity to comprehend it. Even so, it might not be successful, and there was a certain amount of danger. It was also very difficult to cultivate a cultivation method and improve it. If one wasn't careful, they could hurt themselves or even go mad. The more advanced the cultivation method or martial art was, the more difficult and dangerous it was. However, in the ancient Xian tablet, one could do whatever they wanted and cultivate as they wished. In other words, one could endlessly seek death. Another thing was time. In the outside world, one had to spend a lot of time to take the risk to improve a cultivation method or martial art. However, in the ancient Xian tablet, the flow of time would be infinitely slow. I'm cultivating the Zongheng sword method, but it's only a heaven-class superb art. If I want to compete with other geniuses, it's not enough to rely on a heaven-class superb art. Chunzong thought secretly. If he could improve the Zongheng sword method to a heaven-class superb art, his strength would increase again and he would become more powerful. Maybe I can cultivate the chaotic heaven great true force first and deduce the 9 levels of chaotic heaven great true force. Then I can absorb the mysteries and integrate them into the Zhongheng sword method. Shenzong suddenly had an idea and immediately started cultivating. The body condensed in the ancient Xian tablet had no cultivation, which meant that there were endless possibilities. The content of the first level of the chaotic heaven great true force flashed quickly, and Shenzong started cultivating. There were no bottlenecks, and there was no difficulty. Soon, the first level was completed. Then he started cultivating the second level, which was quickly completed. Like a hot knife through butter, Shenzong cultivated one level after another until he reached the seventh level. The benefits of the ancient Xian tablet were also shown. There were no bottlenecks, and it was easy to cultivate any cultivation method or martial art. Of course, after leaving the ancient Xian tablet, everything would return to normal. However, the mysteries that one had comprehended while cultivating in the ancient Xian tablet would remain. After cultivating the seventh level, all the mysteries of the seventh level appeared and were grasped by Shenzong. Thus, Shenzong started to deduce the eighth level of the chaotic heaven great true force. Unable to feel the passage of time, Shenzong deduced the eighth level and continued to cultivate. The tyrannical chaotic heaven great true force revolved in his body and rushed forward according to the eighth level track that Shenzong had comprehended, attacking the eighth true meridian. Soon after, the true power undulations became berserk and out of control. Not only did it fail to open the eighth true meridian, it even completely destroyed the previous 7 true meridians, causing the not-so-strong body to shatter. In the next breath, the body reformed and returned to its original state. I see, Shenzong said to himself. Previously, he had received the information and had a basic understanding of the ancient Xian tablet. However, when he truly experienced it, the feeling was different. It was more intuitive. Without any hesitation, Shenzong started cultivating the chaotic heaven great true force again. In a flash, he reached the 7th level. Then he stopped and continued to deduce the 8th level. Shenzong was sure that his previous deduction was not wrong. It was just that it was not complete enough. Now, he had to combine the previous failure to perfect it. After perfecting it to the extreme, Shenzong cultivated the 8th level again. This time, it was better, but he still failed. And the result of failure was that his body was broken. Not discouraged, Shenzong continued to start from the beginning. After cultivating over and over again, exploding his body again and again, and reassembling his body again and again. After hundreds of repetitions, Shenzong finally perfected the 8th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. In an instant, he cultivated the 8th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. Feeling the tyrannical chaotic heaven great true force, Shenzong smiled. If he was in the outside world, he would not be able to do this. Unless his realm and accumulation were far beyond the real martial arts realm. But by then, he might have reached the extreme human realm or even higher. He started to deduce the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. The 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force was very powerful. The difficulty of the deduction was even higher than the 8th level. However, in the space of the ancient Xian tablet, the difficulty was reduced to the extreme. Shenzong easily deduced the initial stage, then cultivated, exploded his body, and started all over again. Once again, he repeated the process of deducing the 8th level. This time, after exploding his body nearly 200 times, Shenzong finally finished deducing the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. In a short time, Shenzong cultivated the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. Then, he immersed himself in it. Starting from the 1st level, he recomprehended it to see if he missed anything. Under the mysteries of the ancient Xian tablet, Shenzong quickly mastered all the mysteries of the chaotic heaven great true force. Next, I'll cultivate the crisscrossing skill completely, Shenzong thought to himself. He let his body explode and reassemble to cultivate the crisscrossing skill. Chunzong had already cultivated to the 32nd level of the crisscrossing skill. Therefore, this body quickly cultivated to the 32nd level of the crisscrossing skill. Then, he cultivated to the 33rd level. There were 36 levels in the crisscrossing skill, which were left by predecessors. Without any deduction, Chunzong easily cultivated to the 33rd level, then the 34th level, the 35th level, and then the 36th level. The 36th level of the crisscrossing true force was similar to the 8th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. After cultivating for a while, Chunzong found some shortcomings in the crisscrossing skill. Or rather, it was not a shortcoming, but a shortcoming based on the body. Every cultivation method or martial art had its own concept of compatibility and incompatibility. The person who created the cultivation method or martial art was undoubtedly the most compatible, because the cultivation method or martial art was often created based on the person's own body. Everyone was different. Even if one cultivated the same cultivation method or martial art, there would often be subtle differences. It was very difficult to achieve a perfect compatibility. Therefore, after a cultivation method or martial art was created, it would often go through changes and be passed down from generation to generation. There would be some differences from the original cultivation method or martial art. The body inside the ancient Xian tablet and the body outside, except for the difference in strength and cultivation, had the same characteristics. Therefore, Chunzong could feel the subtle differences. First, I'll modify the crisscrossing skill to make it completely compatible with my body, Chunzong thought to himself. He was not in a hurry to integrate the mysteries of the chaotic heaven great true force into the crisscrossing skill. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The mysterious power of the ancient Xian tablet allowed Chunzong to quickly find the parts of the cultivation method that were not compatible with his body. Then, he would modify it as fast as he could. After modifying it, he would cultivate again. If there were any parts that were not compatible, he could modify it again, and again. The first level of modification was completed. The second level of modification was completed. The third level of modification was completed. With the completion of layer after layer of modification, the crisscrossing true power that flowed in the body also had some differences from before. When Chunzong completely modified the 36th level of the crisscrossing skill, the crisscrossing true power that he cultivated was less vigorous than before, but more sharp like a sword. Chapter 479. The battle in the main tomb continued. Underworld Raven and Long Xinshin used their full strength and showed no mercy. They wanted to kill the blood-red beast, but the blood-red beast was extremely powerful. It forcefully blocked their attacks time and time again. Moreover, it used its disproportionately large claws to counterattack, giving Underworld Raven and Long Xinshin great pressure. The hard ground of the main tomb was broken by the powerful attacks, and cracks were everywhere. The surroundings were full of potholes. But what Underworld Crow and Long Xinshin did not know was that the opportunity they tried so hard to get was now in Chunzong's hands. Inside the space of the ancient Xian tablet, Chunzong finally finished modifying the 36 layers of the traversing art according to his own body. It was 100% compatible, which meant that Chunzong could cultivate the traversing art to the extreme, making it even more powerful. Next, I need to extract the mysteries of the great chaotic heaven true force and merge it with the traversing art. Chunzong tried again, integrating the profundity of a peerless heaven class technique, like the great heaven chaotic true force, into the peerless heaven class technique of traversing skill was no less than creating a peerless heaven class technique of traversing skill. The difficulty was high. If it was in the outside world, Chunzong would not do this, because it would take too much time and energy. It would seriously delay his cultivation progress, and there was no guarantee that it would succeed. But inside the space of the ancient Xian tablet, he did not need to have any doubts. He could do whatever he wanted. The great chaotic heaven true force is powerful and domineering, and it can evolve into chaos. It can be called the extreme. The traversing true force is sharp and domineering, as sharp as a sword. Time passed slowly. A breath in the outside world could be a year, or even longer in the space of the ancient Shin tablet. There were similarities between the two techniques, but most of them were different. The difficulty of fusing one technique with the other, especially the more advanced technique with a lower-level technique, was indescribably difficult. Even with the help of the ancient Shin tablet, Chunzong felt that it was very difficult. Comprehending, trying, failing. After hundreds of attempts, Chunzong stopped and continued to think. He felt that he was going in the wrong direction. I don't need to merge the mysteries of the great chaotic heaven true force into the traversing art. What I need to do is to improve the traversing art from the heaven true force to the heaven level peerless heaven true force. This way, I can use the great chaotic heaven true force to improve the level of the traversing art. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Chunzong suddenly felt enlightened. This was the correct path. Continuing to comprehend, Chunzong was no longer obsessed with integrating the great true force of Huntian heaven into the art of traversing. Instead, he used the mystery of the great true force of Huntian heaven to deduce the art of traversing. This way, the art of traversing would not have any trace of the great true force of Huntian heaven, and would instead walk its own path. The real strength of the great true force of chaotic heaven was not that it was vigorous or overbearing. It was the kind of power that seemed to be able to evolve into chaos. It was this kind of power that allowed the great true force of chaotic heaven to be a heaven-class, peerless rank cultivation skill. The true force cultivated by the traversing art is domineering and sharp. After my adjustment, it's even sharper. Maybe I can use it as a base to extend it. Vertically and horizontally means up and down, left and right, sweeping through the heavens and earth in all directions. In the heavens and on the earth, only I am invincible. Chunzong's comprehension gradually became clearer and clearer with the support of the ancient Shin tablet's power. After an unknown amount of time, it was as if a divine thunder had struck down, opening up the chaos and evolving heaven and earth. Endless spiritual light gushed out, and all kinds of mysteries emerged in his mind. The 37th level of the traversing art was formed naturally. Chunzong started to cultivate. However, when the 37th level was completed, his true force collided with each other and destroyed Chunzong's body. He failed. However, he was on the road to success. He continued to comprehend, find out the shortcomings, and perfect it. Then he cultivated. After dozens of times, the 37th level was completed. With a point of his finger, a new traversing true force shot out. It was like a heavenly sword, traversing heaven and earth. It was invincible, as if it could split heaven and earth. However, this was only the beginning. Then, Chunzong started to comprehend the 38th level. With the 37th level as the foundation, the 38th level was the extension and enhancement of the 37th level. After hundreds of failures, the 38th level was created by Chunzong. After reaching the 38th level, the new traversing true force became even more powerful. Then, it was the 39th level. Finally, it was the 40th level. Every 4 levels of the traversing art were 1 level. The 37th level to the 40th level was equivalent to the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. After reaching the 40th level, Chunzong could clearly feel the power of his true force. It was as if the sword chi was surging in his body. With a point of his finger, it was as if the sword chi was released by a sharp sword. It was sharp, powerful, and invincible. It was as if the darkness in the ancient Shin tablet was torn apart. The 40th level is the limit. Chunzong thought. He wanted to try to deduce the 41st level, but he had no clue. If the new traversing art is cultivated to the 37th level, it will be called the traversing true force. The traversing art and the traversing sword art are a set. When the traversing art is improved, the traversing sword art must also be improved to keep up. The traversing art had been improved to a peerless heaven-level technique. While he was still in the ancient Xian tablet, Chunzong started to comprehend and improve the traversing sword art. Different from the traversing art, Chunzong did not obtain a peerless heaven-level sword art. Therefore, he could not use the profundity of the peerless heaven-level sword art. However, Chunzong had practiced many sword arts and had mastered each of them to a very high level. His own sword art realm was even higher, reaching the third level of the body and sword as one. No matter if it was the realm or accumulation, he was much better than other geniuses. Compared to techniques, Chunzong was better at sword arts. Therefore, it would be easier for him to comprehend and improve it. Of course, it was not easy to upgrade a peerless heaven-level sword art to a peerless heaven-level sword art. Chunzong's idea was to extract the profundity of various sword arts and integrate it into the traversing sword art. Combining it with the traversing true force, he could further improve the traversing sword art. His right hand grasped the void, and a silver-long sword appeared out of thin air. He started to dance. With the power of the ancient Xian tablet, Chunzong only needed to practice the sword arts that he had practiced once, and he could quickly master the profundity of the sword arts. Chunzong easily practiced more than 200 sword arts from the lowest level to the highest level. He then mastered the profundity of the sword arts more thoroughly than before. After Chunzong had practiced all of the over 200 sword techniques, he had a feeling of enlightenment and a deeper understanding of them. Even the first level of the third tier of the man and sword as one had loosened up. Then, Chunzong began to practice the traversing sword art. From the first move to the 36th move, in the space of the ancient Xian tablet, he was not restricted by the realm at all. The traversing sword art is the same as the traversing art. It is most suitable for the creator. I need to make some slight adjustments to make it fit me perfectly, Chunzong thought. After practicing a few times and completely mastering the profundity of the traversing sword art, Chunzong began to perfect the traversing sword art. He began to perfect the first move to make it more suitable for himself. No matter if it was a sword art, a saber art, or a palm art, as long as it was a martial art, it involved the application of one's own power. The human body was very complicated and full of mysteries. The internal organs, tendons, bones, muscles, skin, and so on, and even the circulation of qi and blood would be different for different people. How to fully exert one's own power was a goal that countless warriors had been pursuing, whether it was intentional or not. The same martial art, when practiced by different warriors, would have different power in the end. This depended on the warrior's understanding and mastery of the martial art, as well as the application of his own power. After many failures, Chunzong succeeded. He completely mastered the first move and used the most suitable way of exerting power for himself. The speed of the sword became faster, and the power contained in it was stronger. With the combination, the power was increased. After the first move, it was the second move, and then the third move. One move after another was perfected. Chunzong forgot everything and did not remember how many times he had failed. In short, no matter how many times he failed, he would continue to persevere until he succeeded. Finally, Chunzong perfected all the 36 moves of the traversing sword art and made them suitable for himself. He could exert 100% of their power, or even 120% of it. With the 36th level of the traversing art, he activated the 36th move of the traversing sword art. With one strike, it was as if he could split the darkness and shatter the stars. The 37th level of the traversing true power corresponds to the 37th move of the traversing sword art. Chunzong began to compare the profundity and essence of the other sword arts. He then combined the characteristics of the 37th level of the traversing true power and the advantages of the traversing sword art. He expanded the advantages and eliminated the disadvantages. Sword after sword was swung out. Each sword was like a silver lightning that shattered the darkness and tore apart the vast sky. Within the dark space of the ancient Xian monument, a silver light blossomed. It was like a meteor streaking across the vast sky. It was incomparably bright. Failure, failure, failure. What the continuous failures brought was not a blow, but an accumulation. The accumulation allowed Chunzong to find the path to success. Not giving up, not giving up, not discouraged. The 37th move was completed. With one strike, it was extremely bright, as if a heavenly sword had descended. With the success of the 37th move, Chunzong found the right direction and began to work on the 38th move. Like creating the 37th move, the 38th move was also a success after many failures. The 39th move, success. The 40th move, success. The moment the 40th move was completed, Chunzong did not even have time to practice it. The dark space around him fluctuated, and cracks appeared inch by inch. It was as if a ceramic had been shattered and shattered. His body shattered, and his consciousness spun crazily as if it had fallen into a whirlpool. Chunzong could not control it all. In a strong trance, his consciousness returned to his body. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was also just a moment. Chunzong suddenly woke up. A bronze light appeared again and directly wrapped Chunzong's body. With a swoosh, he disappeared. At the same time, Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan, who had joined hands to kill the blood-colored giant beast, pushed open the door and rushed in. Just a little bit more, and Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan would have found Chunzong. Chapter 480. As the ancient light flickered, a figure appeared out of thin air and fell down. Looking at the bronze statue in front of him, Chunzong still had a feeling of disbelief. What happened just now was too mysterious, but the information about the complete chaotic heaven great true power, Zongheng great true power, and Zongheng sword arts in his mind told Chunzong that it was non-illusion. Ancient Xian Monument, this was a huge opportunity, a harvest that was even more important than the Star-Scar twin swords. If Chunzong knew that he had entered the main tomb, he would be even more shocked. The iron plate that was embedded in the back of the bronze statue's head fell off. Chunzong reached out and grabbed it. After looking at it carefully, he put it back into his void ring. Maybe he could leave it for his descendants. Although the opportunity from the ancient Xian monument did not increase Chunzong's cultivation by even a little bit, it increased the Zongheng art and Zongheng sword arts to the heaven-level extreme rank. This meant that Chunzong could cultivate to a higher level and have more potential and strength. In addition, the modification of the Zongheng art and Zongheng sword arts made them 100% compatible with his body, which also increased Chunzong's strength significantly. However, this kind of increase was still unable to cross the barrier between 3 and 4 stars. Moving again, Chunzong left this tomb to find other opportunities. At the ancient Xian monument of the main tomb, Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan both sat down cross-legged and stared at one side of the ancient Xian monument. After about 10 breaths, the two's consciousness seemed to have left their bodies and flew into the ancient Xian monument, appearing in the ancient Xian monument's dark space. The ancient Xian monument's dark space could be one or many, so Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan did not interfere with each other. What Underworld Raven wanted to improve was the blood-slaughtering saber art that he had obtained through a lucky encounter. This saber art was missing the last layer, but even so, its power was still better than a complete heaven-level extreme rank martial art. Underworld Raven had already cultivated it to the extreme. If he could deduce the last layer and cultivate it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. The Underworld Raven had felt that something was wrong when he started to deduce. According to what he knew, this deduction shouldn't be too difficult. But now, he felt that it was a bit difficult. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because he was comprehending the ancient mystic monolith with others, causing the power of the ancient mystic monolith to split into two. But the Underworld Crow didn't know that that was only one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that Chunzong had already comprehended the ancient Xian tablet. The first one to comprehend the ancient Xian tablet would have the best effect. If he continued, the effect would be halved. Long Xinshan also had the same feeling, but he also felt that it might be because he and the Underworld Raven had comprehended the power of the ancient Xian tablet together. The two of them did not think about anything else. After all, other than the two of them, there was no third person who had entered the main tomb, and they would not associate it with the iron plate and bronze statue. Shenzong didn't know if he had run out of luck or not. He didn't find anything until he found the exit of the ancient tomb and left. As soon as he walked out of the tomb, Shenzong didn't stop for a second. He quickly went to other places. He didn't know when the sky cloud mystery land would close. He had to find as many opportunities as he could before closed. This was his only chance. Long Xiaojun will definitely be one of the geniuses. A burst of laughter resounded through the sky, startling countless birds. Soon after, a vigorous figure soared into the sky from the dense forest. His figure was like a dragon soaring in the sky. After soaring for a few hundred meters, he paused in midair and then landed on the top of a tall tree. The branches swayed with the wind, looking calm and at ease. Feeling the powerful true force surging in his body, Long Xiaojun smiled. He looked around as if he could look down on the world. Before entering the sky cloud mystery land, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the LV8 genuine martial realm, close to the middle stage. His combat strength was also at the early stage of the 3-star realm. He was ranked in the front line of the Tianjiang prefecture. But Long Xiaojun's goal was not as simple as being in the front line. He wanted to become one of the 5 geniuses. But Long Xiaojun also knew that it was very difficult for him to become one of the geniuses with his own talent under normal circumstances. The possibility was not high. But when he learned that the Sky Cloud Mystery Land had opened, he realized that it might be an opportunity for him. After entering the Sky Cloud Mystery Land, Long Xiaojun tried his best. He didn't enter the maze or the ancient tomb, but he had good opportunities to improve his cultivation rapidly. He was now at the peak of the LV8 genuine martial realm. The improvement of his cultivation brought about an increase in his strength. Long Xiaojun estimated that his combat strength was at least above the early stage of the 3-star realm. He might even reach the late stage of the 3-star realm. But this was not his limit. After leaving the Sky Cloud Mystery Land, he would cultivate in seclusion for a period of time to consolidate his cultivation. He would also improve the level of his martial arts techniques so that they could be perfectly compatible with his cultivation. By then, his combat strength would be further enhanced. Although Long Xiaojun was talented, he was not like Shenzong, who had already mastered all the martial arts techniques he cultivated. He didn't need to spend more time to understand them. He could master them easily. Shenzong, you're not far from death, Long Xiaojun said to himself. No matter what, Shenzong was always a big problem. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, Shenzong would become stronger and stronger. He might even surpass Long Xiaojun one day. By then, Long Xiaojun wouldn't be the one to kill Shenzong. Instead, Long Xiaojun would be killed by Shenzong. As the thought flashed through his mind, Long Xiaojun's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at a figure that had appeared a few thousand meters away. He was slightly taken aback, but soon after, a smile filled with killing intent appeared on the corner of his mouth. I was wondering where to find you. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. Long Xiaojun smiled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He leaped into the air and quickly swept toward the figure thousands of meters away like a dragon. Long Xiaojun didn't make a sound. He was extremely fast and very sudden. When he was dozens of meters away from the figure, he suddenly reached out his hand like a dragon's claw. The dragon's claw, which was more than 10 meters long, fell from the sky. Smoke curled under the claw. The terrifying power bound the space below and almost froze it. This claw contained all of Long Xiaojun's power. He wanted to kill Shenzong in one fell swoop. What he didn't know was that before Long Xiaojun found Shenzong had already found Long Xiaojun. The reason he came in this direction was because of Long Xiaojun. Long Xiaojun had done everything he could to get rid of Shenzong, but Shenzong had done the same to Long Xiaojun. Long Xiaojun's attack was not out of Shenzong's expectation. Everything was under his control. Facing Long Xiaojun's even more powerful dragon's claw, Shenzong's expression didn't change. He waved his right arm, and unsheathed his long sword. It tore through the sky and turned into a dazzling silver light. It shot out like a meteor breaking through the moon. It was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. The sword pierced through the dragon's claw. The dragon's claw, which was more than 10 meters long, was shattered. Long Xiaojun was shocked, but he didn't have time to dodge. The silver sword light had already reached him. There was no way to dodge or block. A sharp pain spread from between his eyebrows, filling his entire head and then spreading throughout his body. Long Xiaojun's pupils dilated, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss. He had never imagined that the Chunzong he wanted to kill would become so powerful. He was far stronger than himself. The difference between peak 3-star battle strength and late 3-star battle strength was very obvious. Moreover, there was a clear gap between their realms. After killing Long Xiaojun, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. He felt refreshed. Then he took Long Xiaojun's mustard seed bag and other valuable items and put them into his void ring. Then he burned Long Xiaojun's body and buried it in a hole. Now, no one other than himself knew that Long Xiaojun was killed by his sword. Otherwise, if the imperial family found out, he would be in trouble. Even the unhindered sword sect wouldn't be able to protect him. I wonder how the other senior martial brothers are doing, Chunzong thought to himself. However, the Sky Cloud Secret Land was not small. There were places like mazes and ancient tombs. It was very difficult to find a person. He could only rely on luck. After a long time, Chunzong didn't find anything good. His cultivation was still at the peak of LV7 genuine martial realm. He hadn't improved, let alone made a breakthrough. Suddenly, the sun hanging in the sky shook, and the light it emitted became several times stronger. Then the whole earth shook, making a rumbling sound like 10,000 horses galloping. It was difficult to stand still. What's going on? Chunzong tried his best to stabilize his body. He swayed with the ground as if his whole body was rooted to the ground. Then a strong repulsive force fell on him from all directions. It kept squeezing his body as if it was trying to squeeze him out of the world. Chunzong suddenly realized that the Sky Cloud Secret Land was about to close. He stopped resisting, even though his resistance was insignificant in front of the power of the entire Sky Cloud Secret Land. When the repulsive force reached its limit, Chunzong's body seemed to be compressed into a small dot. In a flash, he disappeared. Everywhere in the Sky Cloud Secret Land, the people who were still alive were squeezed into small dots by the repulsive force and disappeared. Outside the Sky Cloud Secret Land, in the desert, the elders of the various forces were still there. The Transcendents had been completely reborn. Their bodies were completely different from ordinary people's. They would be fine even if they didn't eat, drink, or sleep for a period of time. Moreover, every Transcendent had a mustard seed bag with a lot of dry food. They were more adaptable to the environment. Not to mention a place like the desert, they could even adapt to the harsher environment. The Sky Cloud Secret Land suddenly trembled. Every Transcendent's attention was focused on it. The Sky Cloud Secret Land is about to close. They're coming out. I wonder how high the mortality rate is this time. As soon as the voice fell, rays of light appeared in the desert one after another. When the rays of light dispersed, the figures were revealed. They were the people who had entered the Sky Cloud Secret Land. Chapter 481. In the desert, the fine sand was golden yellow. The thick dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The outline of the Tian Yin's secret realm also gradually disappeared into the void with a series of rumbling sounds. It disappeared under everyone's gaze. Not long after, the heavenly cloud-sealed world disappeared completely, and the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. The scorching sun shone brightly, and the golden sand shone dazzlingly. However, the hearts of every Transcendent were still shrouded by dark clouds, and a shadow was cast over them. N equals novel equals P. There were too many deaths. A total of 70 geniuses from the 3 palaces 9 sects and 1 imperial family entered the heavenly cloud-sealed world, but only 39 of them came out alive. In other words, 31 geniuses died in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. The loss of less than half of the geniuses had never happened before. It was too heavy a loss. One had to know that the disciples who entered the heavenly cloud-sealed world were not ordinary disciples. Each of them was a true genius. No matter who it was, their faces were not good. However, when the transcendent realm masters learned that the ancient tomb that had not appeared for more than 100 years had reappeared, their faces became better, and they felt a little comforted in their hearts. 31 geniuses died. Such a loss also shocked Chunzong and the others. On the unhindered sword sect side, 5 disciples entered, but only 3 came out. Lin Yuya, Shan Mei, and Chunzong. As for the other 2, they died in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. The unhindered sword sect lost 2 disciples, and the other sects also suffered great losses. The heavenly water sect lost 3 disciples. The True Yang sect lost 3 disciples, and Ao Mei Manor lost 2 disciples. The Treasure Elephant sect of the Treasure Mountain Prefecture lost 3 disciples. The Ancient Mountain sect also lost 3 disciples. The 10,000 Net Manors Green Caltrip sect lost 3 disciples, and the Een Sifting sect also lost 3 disciples. As for the 10,000 Net sect, they lost 4 disciples, and the Imperial family lost 5 disciples. In this way, the Imperial family's loss was the greatest, and the 10,000 Net sect's loss was second. However, the Imperial family and the 10,000 Net sect quota were also the highest. But no matter what, everyone who came out alive either had improved their cultivation or obtained some kind of treasure or inheritance that made them even more powerful. Underworld Crow and Long Xinchen's faces did not look good. They tried to comprehend the ancient tablet, but the result was not as good as they imagined. If they knew that it was because of Chunzong, they would probably kill Chunzong. Now that the Heavenly Cloud secret realm was closed, this trip was also over. As for what benefits the surviving disciples had obtained, they would naturally have to wait until they returned to the Heavenly Cloud secret realm. After all, this was not a good place. Wait, just as the people from the various sects were about to leave, the elder from the Wanluo sect suddenly spoke. His hoarse voice carried an irresistible aura that belonged to an Earth Spirit Realm expert. Everyone was surprised. Only the Earth Spirit Realm expert from the Wanluo sect remained calm, as if he knew what the other party meant. Old CN, checking the mustard seed pouch was an insult to their dignity. My Wanluo sect has suffered a great loss this time. They might have died at the hands of some disciples from your sect. The Wanluo sect elder's eyes swept across the crowd, giving them a great pressure as if the sky had collapsed. I am checking to find the culprit. His reasoning was reasonable and well-founded, but the elder was well aware of his true intentions, and the other Lemeters were no fools either. That's right. My Imperial family has also suffered a great loss. We need to check, the middle-aged man from the Imperial family said. His tone was overbearing and irresistible. The earthly spirit realm experts were powerful. No one could fight against them. They couldn't even resist one of their attacks, let alone 2 earthly spirit realm experts. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. What should they do? Could they only ask their disciples to hand over their mustard seed pouches? It was a shame. It was a shame that was trampled on. The extreme realm experts were furious, but they couldn't vent their anger. They even had to suppress it. The disciples of the Precious Elephant sect, Ancient Mountain sect, Green Caltrip sect, Heavenly Water sect, True Sun sect, Unhindered Sword sect, and Ao Mei Manor all had ugly expressions. As for the disciples of the Wanluo sect and the Imperial family, they looked on as if they were watching a show. The disciples of the Een Sifting sect were also smiling. The Een Sifting sect was a subsidiary sect of the Wanluo sect. Naturally, the Imperial family wouldn't look for trouble, and the Wanluo sect wouldn't look for trouble either. It's fine if you don't want to hand over the person for inspection. Leave now. The earthly spirit realm expert from the Wanluo sect suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and contained a shocking threat. They wanted to leave, but they didn't dare. If they left now, they would undoubtedly offend this person. There would be a lot of trouble in the future, and it might even affect the sex foundation. No one dared to leave for real. Their expressions changed as they considered the pros and cons. Should they endure this humiliation or let the sect fall into unknown trouble? Take it out. Finally, an elder from the Qingling sect spoke, his tone full of helplessness. Once these words were spoken, it meant that he had surrendered. There was no helping it. No matter how strong a lower-ranked sect was, it couldn't compete with a middle-ranked sect. The difference was too great. An earthly spirit realm expert was enough to cause a devastating blow to any lower-ranked sect, or even destroy it. The Wanluo sect had 2 earthly spirit realm experts. As for the imperial family, they had more than 2. With the Qingling sect's submission, the other sects also succumbed. Take out. The first elder spoke as well. His tone was full of helplessness and depression. Strength. Everything came from strength. If the Reigning Sword sect had an earthly spirit realm expert, then the Wanluo sect and the imperial family wouldn't have allowed the Reigning Sword sect to do this. Chunzong and the others could feel the helplessness of the first elder and second elder, because they also felt helpless and powerless. In the face of absolute strength, everything seemed so insignificant. Submission was the only choice. Pour out everything inside. The Wanluo sect elder spoke again. Everyone could only do as they were told. One by one, they opened the mouths of their mustard seed bags and poured out the contents onto the ground. Very quickly, a pile of treasured herbs and jade bottles containing pills, as well as some false spirit weapons and jade scrolls, all landed on the ground. Traces of aura rippled out from them, attracting everyone's gazes. The 2 Earth Spirit Realm cultivators swept their gazes over the bags and instantly saw everything that had been poured out of the bags. Go check and see if any of them belong to our sect. The Wanluo sect Earth Spirit Realm expert said. The Imperial family had also done the same for the Imperial family. All of the Wanluo sect and Imperial family disciples immediately rushed over like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, swiftly searching through the items. Not bad, it's a good herb. A Wanluo sect disciple picked up an exceedingly good herb and put it into his mustard seed bag without hesitation. Stop. The owner of the herb's face changed as he hastily called out to stop the disciple. Elder, these items belong to our sect disciple. The Wanluo sect disciple immediately picked out a few items and quickly reported. The elder of the Wanluo sect swept his gaze over and landed on the owner of the herb. His eyes seemed to shoot out an extremely frightening ray of light towards the Ancient Mountain sect disciple. The Ancient Mountain sect disciple's body trembled. His eyes flickered and quickly dimmed. His aura also rapidly weakened as he fell to the ground, dead. This kind of result immediately made everyone's hair stand on end. They also felt an indescribable anger, but that kind of anger seemed so pale and powerless. Resistance? Failure would only increase the number of deaths. On the side of the Ancient Mountain sect, both the elders and the disciples were incomparably furious, but they had to forcefully suppress their anger. A Wanluo sect disciple rushed over and quickly searched through the items that had been poured out of Chunzong's mustard seed bag. In this trip to the Sky Cloud secret territory, Chunzong's harvest was not small. It could even be said that no one's harvest could compare with his. But the biggest harvest was the comprehension of the ancient obsidian tablet. It was a mysterious object that was not a physical object. It existed in the mind and naturally would not appear. The second biggest harvest was the Millennium Stalactite milk, but Chunzong had already refined and absorbed it to improve his cultivation. The third biggest harvest was the Level 3 Pseudo-Spiritual Short Knife, Level 3 Pseudo-Spiritual Inner Armor, and the Level 3 Pseudo-Spiritual Set, Star Trace Double Swords. These 2 treasures were kept in the Void Ring by Chunzong to prevent them from being discovered. The fourth biggest harvest was the 3 gourds of precious elixirs. As for the other gains, there were some precious herbs, cultivation methods, and martial arts manuals. For example, The level 3 pseudo-spiritual set and the 3 gourds of elixirs were kept in the Void Ring by Chunzong. The precious herbs, cultivation methods, and martial arts manuals were not valuable in Chunzong's eyes, so he kept them in the mustard seed bag. In addition, Chunzong also took out some precious elixirs and put them in the mustard seed bag in case of an emergency. Chunzong took a few elixirs, but there were still some left. After the Wanluo sect disciple discovered those elixirs, he first took a few glances at them. Then he was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he took away those elixirs right in front of Chunzong. Apart from that, he also took away a few of the better elixirs. What a rubbish harvest! The Wanluo sect disciple added at the end. Chunzong's expression did not change at all. There was only calmness, which was somewhat frightening. Seeing Chunzong's calmness, the Wanluo sect disciple suddenly felt bored. Originally, he had planned to provoke Chunzong and then take the opportunity to make fun of him. He even wanted to ask the elders to kill him. Chunzong also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had put all the spoils of war into the Void Ring. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble, and he might have to die here today. Among the gains of Lin Yuye and Zhuoshanmei, many precious things were taken away in front of them, but they could do nothing about it. Chapter 482. The disciples of the Wanluo sect and the royal family were all smiling happily. The elders and disciples of the other sect were all wearing ugly expressions. Only a few of them were able to keep their cool. It was too infuriating and humiliating. Some of them were even killed, causing even greater losses. All right, you can leave now, the earthly spirit realm expert of the Wanluo sect said. It was as if he could order them to come and go as he pleased, which made them even more annoyed and helpless. Riding on the back of the gold flame, swift shadow crane, Chun Fan spread his wings and soared into the sky. He reached a height of 1,000 meters and quickly left the desert. This is the consequence of not being strong enough, the second elder shouted angrily. He felt aggrieved, extremely aggrieved. Cultivate well and become stronger. Take control of your own destiny. The great elder also said. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Chunzong suddenly came to a realization. So, even if he became an extreme mortal realm expert, he wasn't that strong. Because, above the extreme mortal realm, there was still the earth spirit realm and the profound sky realm. Even if there were stronger existences above the profound sky realm, it was still unknown. If I want to take control of my own destiny and not be restricted or suppressed by others, I need to be stronger. Chunzong mused. His eyes shone with an incomparably resolute light, like a sword in the void. I will use the sword in my hand to cut through all obstacles and advance courageously until I reach the peak and control my own destiny. Chunzong felt his spirit sublimate. Lin Yuye and Zhuoshanmei were also greatly motivated. Their spirit and willpower transformed. After that, everyone remained silent. Only the whistling of the gold flame, swift shadow crane's wings, and the sound of the wind tearing through the sky filled their ears. After passing through the extreme breaking red lightning area, the great elder and the second elder shattered the lightning to protect everyone. They then entered the astral wind layer and activated their defensive power to resist the wind. After entering the Tianjiang Prefecture's airspace, they continued to fly forward. The outline of the Tianhong mountain appeared in everyone's eyes. They flew directly over the mountain gate. 2 gold flame swift shadow cranes landed on top of the Tianhong peak. After returning to the Zongjing sword sect, everyone let out a sigh of relief and calmed down. The 3 of you, follow me to the main hall, the great elder said. He immediately asked the second elder to invite Yuan Lingzi. Yuan Lingzi appeared in the Zheng Sword Palace. Lin Zhonghan and the other elders. Senior elder, the sect leader, and the 4 elders had all arrived. Apart from them, there was also Chunzong and the other 2. The 10,000 sifting sect and the imperial family are not people that we can fight against. Elder Yuan Lingzi opened his mouth and said in a tired voice, A little loss is nothing. Survival is the most important thing, but remember to be strong. Only by becoming stronger can you no longer suffer such humiliation. To the end to be, to them to be, to the end of, to the end, to be. As for Chunzong and the other two, their talents and potential were very high. This meant that they had unlimited possibilities. Maybe in the future, they could reach the extreme mortal realm or even higher. Chunzong and the other two also looked very serious. What happened this time had left them with a deeper impression. It had touched their souls. In this trip to the Tianyuan secret land, 5 of our disciples went. We lost 2. Only the 3 of you came out alive. Lin Zhonghan, the sect leader, said with a serious face, I believe that the 3 of you have a good harvest in the secret land. Don't worry. No matter what you get in the Tianyuan secret land, it's your opportunity. We won't take it from you. Lin Zhonghan's tone was solemn as he continued. However, I hope that if there are any opportunities that you don't need, you can hand them over to the sect. The sect will also compensate you accordingly. Lin Yuye was Lin Zhonghan's son. Zhuoshanmei was also very loyal to the Zhonghan sword sect. Therefore, she did not hesitate to take out her harvest in the Tianyuan secret land and expressed that she was willing to give it to the Zhonghan sword sect for free. Chunzong did not have any thoughts of resisting. However, Chunzong's real treasures were stored in the Void Ring. Chunzong did not dare to expose the Void Ring to others except himself. Therefore, he could only take out the things in the mustard seed bag. His growth was inseparable from the Zhonghan sword sect. After he called himself the Zhonghan sword son, the Zhonghan sword sect had indeed helped him a lot. Therefore, it was normal for him to repay them. Without any hesitation, Chunzong took out all the cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and precious medicines he had obtained in the Tianyuan secret land and offered them to the Zhonghan sword sect for free to strengthen the foundation of the Zhonghan sword sect. Lin Zhonghan and the other elders also expressed that they would give the 3 sect contribution points according to the value of the items. I wonder if the 3 of you can talk about your experience in the secret land? Lin Zhonghan asked with a smile. Just talk about it casually. Maybe it will be helpful for our disciples to enter the Tianyuan secret land next time. The first elder laughed. Last time, the Zhonghan sword sect had lost almost the same number of disciples as this time. However, the harvest was much worse. There was nothing special to discover, so there was no useful information left. Chunzong and the other 2 would certainly not refuse such a request. After all, they were willing to give away some precious medicines, cultivation methods, and martial arts techniques for free. Moreover, the Tianyuan secret land was probably the only chance for them to enter in their lifetime. I'll go first. Lin Yuye took the initiative to speak. As the eldest senior brother, he naturally had to set an example. During the process of Lin Yuye's narration, Chunzong was thinking. Lin Yuye described what he had experienced since he entered the Tianyuan secret land. Chunzong originally thought that Lin Yuye would talk about the disappearance of the bronze statue and the iron plate when he took out. According to his understanding of Lin Yuye, he was the most selfless person in the Zhonghan sword sect. However, contrary to Chunzong's expectation, Lin Yuye did not say anything, nor did he deliberately look at Chunzong. It was as if that incident had never happened. In fact, Lin Yuye had thought about it. According to his usual practice, he would naturally say it. However, after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. To some extent, this should be Chunzong's privacy and secret. He was not sure whether Chunzong was willing to be known by others. If he said it directly, it might make Chunzong unhappy. After all, Chunzong was the Zhonghan sword son. Throughout the sect's history, he had never done any harm. The senior figures, the sect leader, and the 4 elders listened carefully. They wanted to see if there was any useful information from Lin Yuye's narration for the next time they entered the Tianyuan secret land. Unfortunately, there was not much useful information for the next time they entered the Tianyuan secret land. It only increased their understanding of the Tianyuan secret land. Then, Zhuoshanmei narrated. Zhuoshanmei's words were more concise, but her expression was clearer. Soon, she recounted her experience. Her experience was relatively less. After entering the moving maze, she was trapped in it until she was expelled by the Tianyun's secret land. However, in the moving maze, Zhuoshanmei obtained a large genuine elixir, which improved her cultivation to the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm. Her strength greatly increased. After Zhuoshanmei finished her narration, everyone's eyes fell on Shenzong. Shenzong finished thinking and made a decision. Senior figure, sect leader, and the four elders. Shenzong's face was serious, and his tone was somewhat dignified. Senior figure, the sect leader, and the four elders immediately became serious. What I'm going to say next is very important. No matter what, it can't be spread or known by others. Let's go to the secret room, Yuan Lingzi said without hesitation. Let's go. Lin Zhonghan immediately stood up, showing his trust in Shenzong. Senior figure, sect leader, and the four elders, I'll take my leave first. Lin Yuya said, Go. Lin Zhonghan nodded. It was likely that what Shenzong was going to say was very important and a big secret. Lin Yuya and Zhuoshanmei certainly wanted to know. They were very curious, but they felt that their cultivations were only in the genuine martial realm. If they knew this secret and were captured alive in the future, who knew if other people would find out? Therefore, the best way to not let others know was to keep a secret. After all, Lin Yuya's every move was for the sake of the Zongjing Sword sect. I'll take my leave, Zhuoshanmei also said. The two left one after the other. Under Lin Zhonghan's lead, everyone went to the back of the Zongjing Sword Hall and quickly entered the deepest secret room. It was hidden enough, and they didn't have to worry about any news being heard. Okay, you can rest assured. Yuan Lingzi stared at Shenzong with shining eyes. Shenzong didn't hesitate and immediately told them everything. From the moment he entered the Tianyun's secret land, the environment he was in, the direction he moved, and finally found the big waterfall. As long as you temporarily break the waterfall, you will be able to find the Karst Cave behind the waterfall. In the Karst Cave, there is millennium stalactite milk that can improve your cultivation. Shenzong said and explained the height of the attack and the required attack power. Okay, Yuan Lingzi and the others were very excited. 1,000-year stalactite milk, that was a rare treasure. This information would be of great help to the sect's disciples when they entered the Tianyun's secret land next time. There's another thing that I think is more important. Shenzong spoke again. Indeed, comprehending the mysteries of the ancient Xian tablet was more important than obtaining the 1,000-year stalactite milk. After all, one's cultivation could be increased through cultivation. It was just a matter of time. However, under the mysterious power of the ancient Xian tablet, increasing one's cultivation method and martial arts was not something that could be done with time. Shenzong mentioned the ancient Xian tablet after explaining the situation in the ancient tomb, especially the situation of the dried corpses and blood corpses. Through the power of the ancient Xian tablet, I have continued to improve the Zongjing technique to the 40th level, making it a heaven-class technique. I have also deduced the Zongjing sword technique to the 40th move, making it a heaven-class sword technique. Shenzong said. His words were like thunder that exploded in the ears of Yuan Lingzi and the others, making them dizzy. What did this mean? It meant that the Zongjing sword technique had been improved from heaven-class top to heaven-class peerless. Chapter 483. After a tiring day, he felt like his legs weren't his own. The entire secret room was silent. Shenzong didn't speak again. Elder Yuan Lingzi, sect leader Lin Zhonghan, and the four elders were all in shock. Their thoughts seemed to have drifted far away. Actually, hundreds of years ago, the Zongjing Sword Codex had more than 36 levels, Elder Yuan Lingzi suddenly said. His voice was a little erratic, as if he was reminiscing. Shenzong's heart skipped a beat, and he listened carefully. That was when our Zongjing Sword sect was at its strongest. Unfortunately, Yuan Lingzi shook his head and sighed. But at that time, the Zongjing Sword Codex only had 38 levels, and it was an incomplete peerless heaven-level technique. However, the 37th and 38th levels were very strict, and it wasn't recorded directly. Instead, it was taught orally, and very few people were able to learn it. Unfortunately, when the sect suffered a great calamity, there were many casualties and heavy losses, causing the 37th and 38th levels to be lost. I didn't expect that one day, a disciple of our sect would be able to complete the Zongheng Sword Codex and make it a true peerless heaven-level technique. Yuan Lingzi was very emotional. Of course, they still had a little doubt in their hearts. A peerless heaven-level technique was too rare, and it was very profound. The Zongheng Sword Sect had tried to complete the Zongheng Sword Codex, but unfortunately, no one had been able to do it. Because of this, they knew the difficulty. Chunzong had done it, and it was complete. It was doubtful. After all, Chunzong was too young, and his cultivation wasn't high enough. But no matter what, everyone was very eager to complete the Zongheng Sword Codex. Although it was useless to the extreme mortal realm, it was of great significance to the sect. So, they all looked at Chunzong eagerly. Elder, sect leader, and 4 elders, since I've said this, I plan to give the last 4 levels of the Zongheng Sword Codex and the Zongheng Sword Codex to the sect. Chunzong smiled. But because it's completed according to my own situation, if others cultivate it, they'll have to think about it themselves. Hearing Chunzong's words, Yuan Lingzi, Lin Zhonghan, and the 4 elders suddenly fell into great happiness and excitement. As for the completion according to his own situation, that was normal. All right. Yuan Lingzi trembled. He was very clear about the influence of a peerless heaven-class martial art technique on the sect. If he could obtain a complete peerless heaven-class martial art technique, he would have even greater potential to dominate the sect in the future. First Elder quickly took out a pen and paper and handed them to Chunzong. After receiving them, Chunzong wrote down the last 4 levels of the Zongheng skill and the last 4 moves of the Zongheng sword art. Yuan Lingzi couldn't wait to watch from the side. The more he watched, the more excited he became. After that, Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders looked at it one after another. Each of them was so excited that they laughed foolishly. For an ultimate mortal stage warrior to look so silly and happy was indeed a rare sight. Good. Chunzong, you've made great contributions to the sword sect. You can ask for anything, even if you want the position of sect master. Lin Zhonghan spoke with a decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. The 4 elders were stunned, but no one raised any objections. Such a peerless heaven-tier reigning sword codex was indeed a huge contribution to the reigning sword sect. It was enough to become one of the pillars that the reigning sword sect could rely on to rise again. Sect Master, you're exaggerating. Chunzong said seriously, I don't have the ability to manage a sect well. Moreover, I'm a disciple of the sword sect and the sword son of the sword sect. It's only right for me to contribute to the sword sect as much as I can. Ha! Whether it was the founding elders, the sect master, or the 4 elders, they all laughed heartily. They were very happy. They felt that accepting Chunzong into the sect and focusing on training him was the best decision they'd ever made. However, even if Chunzong didn't ask for it, the sect couldn't just take away Chunzong's perfected cultivation method and martial arts for free. Chunzong, what's your cultivation now? Yuan Lingzi asked. Chunzong's aura was restrained, so it was usually difficult to see his cultivation level. As a trace of Chunzong's aura spread out, the founding elders, the sect master, and the elders were all shocked. The peak of LV7 genuine martial realm. Before entering the heavenly cloud secret land, Chunzong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. It was indeed amazing that he had made such an obvious improvement in less than a month in the heavenly cloud secret land. With your cultivation level, I'm afraid your cultivation level is your biggest shortcoming. From now on, you should cultivate well. The sect will do its best to help you improve your cultivation, Yuan Lingzi said solemnly. Chunzong naturally had no objection to this. As for the iron plate, Chunzong thought about it and didn't give it to the sect in the end. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. After the conversation in the secret room ended, Chunzong also left. The founding elders, the sect master, and the 4 elders stayed in the secret room and kept studying the last 4 levels of the Sword Codex. The more they studied, the more surprised they were. It was perfect, too perfect. With their cultivation level and accumulation, they couldn't find any flaws at all. After returning to the Black Bamboo residence, Chunzong didn't stop for a moment and continued to cultivate. As the founding elder Yuan Lingzi said, his cultivation level was his shortcoming. It was the biggest limitation for him to improve his strength. For example, a wooden barrel was made of wooden planks. Each plank represented one aspect, and cultivation level was one of them. However, the improvement of cultivation level didn't rely on comprehension, but on accumulation. Unless he could get some treasure, he could only rely on hard work. At least, I have to improve my cultivation to LV8 genuine martial realm first, Chunzong thought. In the Heavenly Cloud secret land, Chunzong had seen more powerful young geniuses, such as Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan. Perhaps it could be said that both Underworld Raven and Long Xinshan were older than him by at least 5 years. The environment in which they began to cultivate was not something he could compare with. However, these were all excuses. In the world of martial artists, there was only one thing that mattered. No matter how bad or difficult your process was, no one would pay attention to it. It was nothing more than an embellishment after achieving great accomplishments, making people even more amazed. If you didn't achieve anything, then you would fade into the crowd and become insignificant. Moreover, he was in the same generation as these geniuses. He was destined to compete with them. Looking for excuses was the behavior of the weak. Training hard was the only way. The next day, the founding elder Yuan Lingzi quietly left the sect. As the founding elder of the sect, he was usually in a state of seclusion and guarding the sect. If others knew his whereabouts, it might lead to an ambush from other sects. Time flew, and a month had passed. After a period of hard work, Chunzong's cultivation had improved to the limit of LV7 genuine martial realm. However, there was still some distance to break through to LV8. Yuan Lingzi returned and went straight to Black Bamboo residence. Chunzong, here are 10 Lianjin elixirs. Take them one by one. The founding elder Yuan Lingzi was exhausted. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chunzong. Lianjin elixirs were suitable for genuine martial realm martial artists, especially those in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. They were very precious. Chunzong was very surprised after receiving the jade bottle. Looking at the founding elder's exhausted appearance, he knew that it would not be easy to obtain these 10 Lianjin elixirs. The difficulty of obtaining them was evident from the fact that the founding elder was in such a state. "Thank you, founding elder." Chunzong bowed solemnly. "You deserve it. It's nothing compared to your contribution to the sword sect," Yuan Lingzi said with a smile. It was indeed not easy to obtain these 10 Lianjin elixirs. They were very precious, but there was still a big gap between them and the last 4 levels of the Sword Codex of the Unhindered. Cultivate well, and try your best to improve your cultivation, the founding elder instructed. His figure flashed, and he left Black Bamboo residence. Chunzong contributed the last 4 levels of the Sword Codex of the Sword Sect. He did not give the chaotic heaven great true power. After all, he had obtained it after killing Yin Wuya. If the Wanluo sect found out, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, it was best to keep the chaotic heaven great true power for himself before he could fight against the Wanluo sect. He opened the bottle and poured out a Lianjin elixir. The golden elixir emitted an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Chunzong's pure true power began to circulate rapidly. "Take it." He used his cultivation method to refine it and break through the 8th genuine meridian. A Lianjin elixir contained a lot of power. Chunzong's accumulation was also very strong. With the combination, the 8th genuine meridian was continuously opened. The moment the 8th genuine meridian was opened, a strong aura suddenly blew out from Chunzong's body, stirring up a cloud of dust. The early stage of LV8 genuine martial realm. Then the path of the art of unhindered changed. The 33rd level. After circulating the 33rd level of the art of unhindered 9 times, his cultivation was completely stabilized. Chunzong took out the second Lianjin elixir and took it. It was more difficult to improve the cultivation of LV8 genuine martial realm than LV7 genuine martial realm. Although the Lianjin elixir was powerful, Chunzong's true power was extremely pure. After completely refining one Lianjin elixir, Chunzong's cultivation did not improve much. He was able to break through with one Lianjin elixir because Chunzong's accumulation had reached the limit. Refining the third Lianjin elixir, refining the fourth Lianjin elixir, refining the fifth Lianjin elixir. Finally, Chunzong's aura became stronger again. Middle stage LV8 genuine martial realm. 34th level of the art of unhindered. After refining the remaining 5 Lianjin elixirs, his cultivation had reached the peak of middle stage LV8 genuine martial realm. He was one step away from breaking through to late stage LV8 genuine martial realm. However, Chunzong estimated that he would need at least 2 more Lianjin elixirs. Without the help of Lianjin elixirs, it would take him a month to cultivate on his own. After consolidating his cultivation, Chunzong stood up, drew out his sword, and started practicing the art of unhindered swordsmanship. He practiced it over and over again. However, after 10 times, he had completely mastered the 33rd and 34th moves of the art of unhindered swordsmanship. Now my combat strength should have surpassed the early 4-star level. Chunzong thought to himself. Perhaps it was not that simple. It was very likely that he would not be inferior to any middle stage 4-star level. His cultivation was at the peak of middle stage LV8 genuine martial realm, and his combat strength was estimated to be at the middle stage 4-star level. Chunzong was not even 30 years old. He was undoubtedly at the level of the 5 heavenly suns, and he had even more potential. I have 1 month to improve my cultivation to late stage LV8 genuine martial realm, and then I will go out to gain experience. Chunzong thought to himself. After a short rest, he immersed himself in cultivation again. There was no time to delay. Chapter 484. Dark clouds covered the sky like a giant piece of lead that was about to fall and crush the earth. With a rumble, the dazzling lightning lit up the sky, as if a terrifying giant beast was waiting to destroy the world. Soon after, a whistling sound appeared. Wild gales blew, causing the world to shake. The wind blew to the point that the thick and heavy black clouds began to move slowly. Dust and smoke billowed on the ground as countless grains of sand danced with the wind. Within the layer of dark clouds, countless bolts of lightning flashed, transforming into numerous dazzling bolts of lightning that broke through the clouds like enormous pythons and meandered in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Raindrops the size of a thumb fell from the sky as fast as meteors. When they hit the rocks, they made a crisp sound and shattered, causing water droplets to splatter in all directions. More raindrops fell and covered the sky. They fell on the rocks, grass, and leaves, making a dense and crisp sound that resounded between heaven and earth. From afar, it was as if a torrent was falling from the sky and was about to sink the earth. In this kind of weather, ordinary people and warriors would only stay in their sturdy houses and would not dare to go out. However, a figure came from afar at an extremely fast speed. Countless huge raindrops fell on the figure, but were all blocked by a layer of invisible force. As the figure moved at high speed, a long water dragon was dragged out. It spread dozens of meters and let out a shocking roar. It was as if a water dragon was flying between heaven and earth. Chunzong's cultivation at the late stage of LV8 true martial realm and the 35th level of the art of traversing made his protective true force very strong. Even if he stood there and let a warrior at the peak of LV8 true martial realm attack him with all his strength, it would be difficult to break through. Even a warrior at LV9 true martial realm would have a hard time breaking through it. After stabilizing his cultivation at the late stage of LV8 true martial realm and completely mastering the 35th move of the traversing sword technique, Chunzong proposed to go out and gain experience. The founding elders and the sect master did not stop him. They knew that Chunzong was like a real dragon. He could not be trapped in one place. That would be detrimental to his growth. After leaving the traversing sword sect, Chunzong headed east in the direction of the imperial city of the Longtu dynasty. The royal family of the Longtu dynasty belonged to the upper-rank sect and was very powerful. As the center of the royal city, not only were there many high-ranking officials, there were also many geniuses and experts. Since he was going to train, he naturally had to go to places with more geniuses. Only then would it be meaningful. There were 8 prefectures in the Longtu Empire. However, the imperial city was not one of the 8 prefectures. More accurately speaking, the Longtu Empire was divided into 1 imperial city and 8 prefectures. On the way from the Tianjiang prefecture to the imperial city, they would pass by the Wanluo prefecture. The torrential rain, which was enough to knock down and injure ordinary people, did not affect Chunzong at all. He was as swift and sharp as an arrow leaving the bow, moving forward courageously. The torrential rain gradually lessened, and the dark clouds that were as heavy as lead and iron slowly faded. When a ray of sunlight tore through the last of the dark clouds like a heavenly sword, the rain stopped at the same time. The weather had cleared up, but the air was very moist. The smell of grass, soil, and rain filled the air. Suddenly, Chunzong felt a surge of heat rapidly approaching him. It was as if a scorching sun was attacking him from behind. Large amounts of moisture in the air evaporated, turning into white steam that rose in spirals. There was even a sizzling sound. In less than 1/10 of a second, Chunzong reacted quickly. Under the Zhao Xin state, the dust in the air fluctuated violently, allowing Chunzong to clearly grasp the strength of the scorching attack behind him. Beginner 4-star. Its speed was close to that of a mid 4-star. If it was before Chunzong had broken through to LV8 of the true martial realm, he would not have been able to block this attack with his own strength. Turning around and unsheathing his sword, the 2 actions were connected smoothly and completed at the same time. The silver sword light was even more dazzling than the light of the sun as it slashed down vertically from top to bottom. A blazing red sun the size of a millstone, bringing with it a terrifyingly high temperature and extremely violent power, mercilessly slashed down, but it was directly split apart by the sword light. Split into 2. The 2 halves of the scorching sun rushed past Chunzong's left and right sides. The terrifying heat seemed to be burning Chunzong's body. Chunzong saw the person who attacked him. Gu Jiang. He was somewhat surprised. Gu Jiang was also surprised to see Chunzong, but he attacked mercilessly, intending to kill Chunzong. Chunzong had come out of the Tianyin secret realm alive, which made Gu Jiang feel that he had gained a lot and become stronger. This was good news for the Zhongjian sect, but not for the Xinjiang sect. Especially now that his brother was still in the shadow of Chunzong, he was no longer as high-spirited as he used to be. Gu Jiang originally intended to kill Chunzong with this attack, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to kill Chunzong, but he was also split into 2 by his opponent's sword. This was even more unexpected. His eyes widened, and his pupils were like scorching suns. A powerful and scorching aura burst out from his tall and strong body, causing the humidity around him to instantly evaporate into steam. White smoke filled the air and rose into the sky. Gu Jiang's body seemed to contain terrifying heat and violent power, and the shadow of a scorching sun directly appeared behind him. Gu Jiang had already cultivated the Xinjiang sect's true yang technique to the extreme, and at this moment, he activated it to the extreme. He struck out with his palm, and in the center of his palm, there seemed to be a small scorching sun. It carried a terrifying power and fiercely blasted toward Chunzong. Middle stage 4-star battle strength. Gu Jiang, who had unleashed all of his power, was even more powerful. With two swords in his hands, Chunzong didn't dodge at all. He performed the 35th move of the horizontal sword technique, and the increasingly sharp and domineering sword light pierced through the air. Whether it was Gu Jiang's name or his strength, he deserved Chunzong to use his true strength to fight with him, and then break his opponent's power. As soon as Chunzong struck out with his sword, Gu Jiang's expression changed. For a moment, he felt as if he was facing Lin Yuye, but it was also different. Lin Yuye was known as the Frost Rain Sword. As someone who cultivated the horizontal sword technique and the horizontal sword technique, his sword technique was very sharp, like a cold rainstorm, and his attacks were very frightening. Gu Jiang, who had fought with Lin Yuye many times, was very clear about Lin Yuye's sword style. There was no doubt that Chunzong was also performing the horizontal sword technique, but the style was different. This was a kind of indomitable sharpness, as if it could cross the heavens and the earth and cut through all hard things. Gu Jiang's palm was once again cut open by Chunzong's sword. After comprehending the ancient Xian tablet, Chunzong had modified the traversing skill and the traversing sword art. They were less vigorous, but sharper. They were 100% compatible with his body and could be used to the extreme. This was not a small increase in his combat strength. Gu Jiang threw out another palm, which seemed to be more powerful, but it was still cut open by Chunzong's sword. Chunzong's cultivation had reached the late stage of LV8 genuine martial realm, and he had also practiced the 35th move of the sword technique. His combat strength was undoubtedly more powerful, reaching the late 4-star level. After cutting open Gu Jiang's palm with his sword again, Chunzong took the initiative to counterattack. He performed the 35th move of the horizontal sword technique with two swords, one vertical and one horizontal. The two swords combined to dominate the heavens and the earth. For a moment, Gu Jiang found himself suppressed. Incredible. Compared to himself, Chunzong was 5 or 6 years older. Before, Chunzong was like an ant in Gu Jiang's eyes. Now, not only could he fight with Gu Jiang, but he could also suppress him. For a moment, even someone as proud as Gu Jiang could not help but feel a trace of regret. If he had known, he would have attacked and killed Chunzong before he grew up. Now it was too late. No, there was still a chance. Swallowing sun change. Without any hesitation, Gu Jiang performed the secret method of the Xinjiang sect. A terrifying aura spread out, and the high temperature seemed to want to burn the surroundings to ashes. The blazing sun in the sky seemed to be responding to it from a distance, gathering the sunlight to form a ball of blazing red light the size of a human head above Gu Jiang's head, like a miniature version of the blazing sun. The light was extremely strong, and the heat was shocking. It was several times more powerful than the swallowing sun change performed by the disciple of the Xinjiang sect in the Tianyan secret realm. Gu Jiang opened his mouth, and the scorching sun fell and was swallowed into his stomach. Gu Jiang's body seemed to be burning, emitting an extremely strong light. He was like a human-shaped scorching sun, and his aura became even more powerful, soaring to the late 4-star level. The light from his eyes was like the sun. Gu Jiang raised his hands and continuously slapped at Chunzong. Palm after palm, they turned into balls of red light the size of a human head, bombarding Chunzong like a meteor shower. Chunzong's body was drowned. Countless explosions caused the surroundings to explode. The ground shook as if 10,000 beasts were galloping, and gravel mixed with the intense light flew everywhere. When the explosion stopped, the shock waves spread out for hundreds of meters. Dust and smoke filled the air, like a giant mushroom soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling cross-shaped sword light shot out from the scorching smoke. It was as fast and ferocious as lightning as it attacked Gu Jiang. Gu Jiang's arms shook, and layers of red light rippled out, causing a series of explosions to sound in the air. Under Chunzong's two swords, the ripples were directly torn apart, unable to resist at all. Close, close. The two swords were like a long waterfall as they blasted towards Gu Jiang. The momentum was vast and unparalleled. Gu Jiang found that he couldn't keep up with the speed of Chun Zong's two swords. He was directly sent flying, and a thin line of blood spread out from his arms. Gu Jiang retreated, and Chun Zong pursued an even faster speed. The two swords were endless, and each strike contained extremely terrifying power. Stab, slash, and flick. They were all different methods of application, but they were all extreme interpretations of the 35th move of the unhindered sword technique. Gu Jiang found that he was suppressed again, even if he used the secret technique of the yang swallowing transformation to increase his strength. Wherever they passed, the ground was shattered, the stones turned into powder, and the plants were all scorched, turning into ashes that filled the air. Wherever the sword light passed, it also cut through the air, leaving behind streaks of silver marks. The unhindered sword technique was densely packed, as if they were woven into a huge silver net that could cover the sky and the earth. Gu Jiang performed his palm technique to the extreme, trying his best to resist Chun Zong's attacks and looking for a chance to counterattack. However, under the violent attacks of Chun Zong's two swords, he could only parry. This scene happened to be seen by a few warriors passing by. When they recognized Gu Jiang, they all widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 485. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. The sword light shattered and Gu Jiang's body flew back like a fireball, leaving a long scorched mark on the ground. Gu Jiang felt a wave of weakness coming from the depths of his body. The yang devouring transformation was a very powerful secret technique, but it couldn't be maintained for too long. Once it was over, the user would fall into a temporary state of weakness and their strength would decrease significantly. The higher the intensity of the battle, the shorter the duration of the yang devouring transformation. Chun Zong was very strong, and his swordsmanship was frighteningly high. After a fierce battle, Gu Jiang found that the yang devouring transformation had consumed too much energy and was about to end. Once it ended, his weakened strength would be even less of a match for Chun Zong. Without any hesitation, Gu Jiang borrowed the force of the collision and retreated at an extremely fast speed, like a meteor. Chun Zong chased after him without hesitation, wanting to kill Gu Jiang. In such a place, there was no room for hesitation. Sensing Chun Zong's killing intent, Gu Jiang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Immediately after, an egg-sized bead appeared in his hand. The bead was crimson and exuded an astonishingly high temperature. Chun Zong's pupils shrank as his gaze fell on the crimson bead in Gu Jiang's hand. He felt an astonishing threat from it. Minor True Yang Exploding Bullet. The unhindered sword sect had the minor Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb, which could release pseudo-transcendent realm sword chi attacks. The True Yang sect had the same thing, the minor True Yang Exploding Bullet. This was a very precious item that would not be used normally. After all, it was difficult to make, so every time one was used, there would be one less. Gu Jiang wasn't willing either. On one hand, it was because this item was truly precious. On the other hand, he felt humiliated that he had been forced to take out the minor True Yang explosive bomb by someone who was younger than him and whose strength had been far below his own. However, this was all for the sake of survival. This humiliation would disappear with his opponent's death. Chun Zong quickly retreated, pulling away from Gu Jiang. At the same time, Gu Jiang threw the minor True Yang exploding bullet in his hand at Chun Zong. Like a meteor, it flew through the air with astonishing heat and ferocity. Bloodlight escape. With a deep bellow, Gu Jiang struck his chest with his palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. It transformed into a bloody glow that enveloped his entire body. Afterwards, he erupted with shocking speed with a swish, shooting off into the distance. However, Chun Zong's sword light still hit Gu Jiang, who had just left. A muffled groan could be heard from the rainbow-like bloodlight. Rumble. The minor True Yang explosive bullet instantly exploded, and a crimson light shot out like a stream of flames. It was also like a volcanic eruption, spewing out scorching hot lava. In the blink of an eye, the lava covered a radius of 100 meters and spread out rapidly. The force of the explosion was incomparably terrifying, and it was as if a mountain flood had erupted. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Even the rocks were melted by the terrifying heat. When the minor true yang explosive bullet exploded, Chunzong only had time to rush out 100 meters or so before the terrifying force mixed with the scorching heat of molten steel reached him in an instant. The destructive heat wave made it difficult for Chunzong to breathe. It was as if his entire body was being burned from the inside out. This kind of heat was many times higher than when he used the primordial iron refining hand. For a moment, Chunzong thought he was going to be burned to ashes. Pushing his true chi to the limit, the power of the third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was also completely stimulated. The two swords violently revolved around his body, doing everything in his power to resist the terrifying heat. At the same time, he used the terrifying impact to quickly retreat. With 3 layers of defensive power superimposed, Chunzong was able to resist a peak 4-star level attack. However, the power of the minor true yang explosive bullet was simply too tyrannical. The range of the minor true yang explosive bullet was 200 meters. Within 20 meters, it could kill a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Within 50 meters, it could seriously injure a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. As for those below the pseudo-transcendent realm, if they did not have a strong enough defensive power, they would undoubtedly die. Within 100 meters, the power of the minor true yang explosive bullet would be greatly reduced, but even so, it was still enough to kill a 5-star cultivator. Chunzong's entire body was thrown back 1,000 meters, his body charred black. As he fell, he smashed into a huge boulder and sank deep into it. This scene made the several martial artists who were watching the battle from afar endlessly horrified. The power of the minor true yang exploding bullet dissipated, and a huge crater with a radius of 200 meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was several meters deep, and the surface of the crater was as smooth as a mirror. This was the result of being instantly burned by the high temperature. Wisps of hot air, enough to scorch an ordinary person, were constantly rising from the crater. The cultivators present all gulped. This kind of power was simply too strong. Who is that? It seems to be the sword's son, Chunzong. He should be dead. It's so powerful. Let's go and take a look. The cultivators looked at each other in dismay, but they still walked towards the place where Chunzong fell. However, their footsteps were not fast. Not long after, they saw a charred body lying in the gravel pit, constantly emitting hot air. He should be cooked. One by one, they stared at the charred body in shock, unable to feel any aura fluctuations. What a pity. One by one, they were filled with regret. The sword son of the unhindered sword sect had a boundless future. Not to mention, he could even suppress one of the 5 great heavens' prides, Xingyang Zigu Zhiyang, which was even more shocking. Now, he had died here. He is the sword son of the unhindered sword sect. He must have something good on him. One of them rolled his eyes and said in an encouraging tone, "Yes, why don't we look for him?" Another person was also very tempted. "I don't think it's a good idea. After all, he is the sword son of the unhindered sword sect. If we are tracked down, we will be in a lot of trouble. We might even be killed." The third person was also tempted, but he was rational. "As long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know. Moreover, we will leave Tianjiang Prefecture immediately after we get the benefits." The fourth person said in a low voice, his eyes shining with greed. "Okay, let's do that." The 4 cultivators immediately approached Chunzong. Just as they were about to attack, the charred body suddenly trembled. The 4 of them quickly retreated as if they had been frightened. Under their horrified gazes, the charred body stood up again. Chunzong was not dead. Indeed, the minor true yang explosive bomb was very powerful. Its power was destructive. Chunzong felt that his entire body was about to be destroyed. In an instant, he was enveloped by death. Fortunately, the 3 layers of protection weakened part of the bomb's power. His body refining realm was not low, so he had a strong vitality. Coupled with the vigorous vitality of the thousand-year tree heart, he survived, and his injuries were quickly healed by the power of the thousand-year tree heart. However, his injuries were so severe that Chunzong felt that his internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin were severely burned. It would take a long time for them to heal. As for the words of the four cultivators, Chunzong also heard them. Without any hesitation, his long sword pierced through the air and split into four. For silver sword, Qi pierced through the sky. The four cultivators were all in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. However, they came from small sects and rogue cultivators. Their inheritance was ordinary, so they could not challenge those who were in a higher realm. Although Chunzong was severely injured and his strength was far from his peak, the remaining true power was enough to kill the four cultivators in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. The four cultivators were terrified, but they could not dodge because Chunzong's sword was too fast. It was completely beyond their reaction time. The four-sword Qi pierced through the air and pierced through the four cultivators' eyebrows, killing them instantly. After killing the four cultivators with evil intentions, Chunzong sat down exhausted. He sheathed his long sword and glanced around. When he did not find anyone else, he quickly took out a soul-restoring pill, a vitality-replenishing pill, and a Zhengui pill. In just a few breaths, his greatly consumed essence, Qi, and spirit were restored by 30%. In an instant, he recovered a part of his strength and eliminated a lot of his weakness. He then took out a small yang restoring pill and healed his injuries. Under the combination of the power of the pill, his body's self-healing ability, and the power of the thousand-year tree heart, Chunzong's injuries, which were heavy enough for an ordinary cultivator to recuperate for 10 to 20 days, or even longer, were quickly healed. In just a short quarter of an hour, the numbness and itchiness on his skin gradually subsided. His injuries were healed, and the burnt skin was replaced. However, on the surface, he still looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, I got the thousand-year tree heart, Chunzong secretly said. To be able to heal so quickly, the thousand-year tree heart accounted for at least 70 to 80% of his injuries. His whole body shook, and like a cicada shedding its shell, he left behind a still embarrassed figure. However, Chunzong's real body had already turned into a stream of light and rapidly flew away. When Chunzong's figure disappeared, the embarrassed figure that had stayed in place collapsed and scattered on the ground. It turned out that it was formed by the broken pieces of the charred robe and the dead skin that had fallen off due to the burns. As for Chunzong, he instantly took out a new robe and changed into it, then used his movement technique to leave. Chunzong did not chase after Gu Jiang. He had seen Gu Yaoyang use the bloodlight escape before. It was extremely fast, and Gu Jiang's bloodlight escape was many times faster than Gu Yaoyang's. In addition, in the time that Chunzong had been injured, Gu Jiang had already disappeared without a trace. Even if Chunzong chased after him, he would not be able to catch up. However, Chunzong would not forget this grudge. He had almost died to Gu Jiang's methods. Speaking of which, Gu Jiang had used the yang-swallowing transformation and the bloodlight escape. Gu Jiang's vitality had been greatly damaged, and he had been hit by Chunzong's sword. His injuries had worsened, and he would definitely not be feeling good. I'll go and try to temper myself first. I'll have another chance in the future, Chunzong thought to himself. Tianjiang Prefecture's territory was very large, but Chunzong's speed was very fast. At this speed, if there were no accidents, he would be able to rush out of Tianjiang Prefecture's territory and enter Wanluo Prefecture's territory in just a few days. In another place, Gu Jiang, whose vitality had been greatly damaged, landed on the ground after using the bloodlight escape. He hurriedly took out some pills to replenish his vitality and heal his injuries. He circulated his cultivation technique to recover as much as possible before heading in the direction of Xinjiang sect. Chapter 486. Jiang, you don't look well. Jinyang Sek's first elder's eyes flashed, as if he could see through Gu Jiang's body. Yes. Gu Jiang nodded and did not explain. He was ashamed that he couldn't defeat Qinzong and had to use a minor true yang bomb in the end. He didn't want others to know about this. Qinzong must have been killed by that minor true yang bomb. With Chun Zongjing's identity as the Sword Son, he should have been able to obtain the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bomb as his trump card. However, it was also a one-time use pseudo-spiritual tool with a large area of effect, so it was unable to withstand the power of the small, true yang explosive bullet. Qinzong was most likely going to die. Under normal circumstances, Qinzong's death was certain. Unfortunately, Qinzong's body refinement cultivation was profound, and because of certain reasons, he possessed an extremely powerful self-healing ability. Moreover, he had the 1,000-year tree art. With all these advantages, Qinzong was able to survive. Gu Jiang returned to his cave residence and took out another elixir, preparing to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Qinzong stood at the top of a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. He glanced around and saw a river at the foot of the mountain. The waves surged like a huge white dragon and stretched for thousands of miles. This mountain and river separated Tianjiang Prefecture and Wanluo Prefecture. The sun was setting in the west, and the remaining red light shone on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the earth, creating a beautiful scene. Suddenly, Qinzong's face turned cold, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Qinzong felt as if he was being stared at. The stare was very short, and it lasted for less than 1/100th of a second. Other 4-star or 5-star combatants might not be able to sense it, but Qinzong, who had a high realm, felt it. It was not an illusion. Under the divine reflection, profound realm, the gaze that was filled with killing intent caused the dust to fluctuate and change, which Qinzong grasped. Who was it? Qinzong felt his hair stand on end when he stared at him for a moment. That meant that the owner of the stare was a master whom he could not compete with. Qinzong didn't know who it was, nor did he know what was going on. But he was sure that a master had his eyes on him, and he didn't come with good intentions. However, Qinzong was vigilant. The sharpness in his eyes disappeared in a flash. He continued to look into the distance, as if he had not noticed anything. However, his left hand had already grabbed the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi ball and hid it in his sleeve. Spreading his body, Qinzong leaped into the air like a giant bird and rapidly descended the mountain. He was prepared to cross the mountain and the river and officially enter the territory of the Wanluo residents. As Qinzong's figure unfolded, a figure suddenly appeared from several hundred meters away, like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The figure flew over in less than 1/10th of a second, crossing the distance of several hundred meters to kill him. The seemingly corporeal killing intent surged forth like a torrent, completely engulfing Qinzong. Under this murderous intent, Qinzong felt his hair stand on end. All the pores on his body opened up, as if they were electrocuted by a strong electric current. A chill seeped into his body, freezing his pure yang blood chi and tyrannical true power. The murderous intent was so strong that it was even stronger than Underworld Raven and Long Shinchen's. A trace of blood-red light bloomed in an instant, like a meteor breaking through the sky. Fast, fast, fast. Ice-cold, murderous intent. Tyrannical aura. Death suddenly descended upon him. But the current Qinzong was no longer the Qinzong from before. He would be paralyzed by this murderous aura. In an instant, without any hesitation, Qinzong made his move. The small Thunderbolt Sword Chi in his left hand shot out towards the figure that had turned into a blood-red light. The blood-red light was extremely fast, but so was Qinzong's move. In less than 1/100th of a second, they closed in on each other. Then, the silver light exploded, and countless silver Sword Chi shot out, piercing through the sky and covering a radius of 200 meters. It was as if a giant monster covered in silver thorns had suddenly appeared in mid-air. Qinzong's figure fell rapidly, and his two swords turned into countless sword lights that circled in front of him. All the defensive power was activated to the extreme. Under the circumstances where he was prepared, Chunzong was not affected much. He resisted all the attacks. However, the person who suddenly attacked did not have it easy. He was directly hit by the sword chi of the small thunderbolt sword chi. After landing on the ground, Chunzong stared at the small thunderbolt sword chi bomb that had exploded. He did not know if this small thunderbolt sword chi ball could kill his opponent. After all, the power of the small thunderbolt sword chi ball was on the level of a pseudo-transcendent, and the person who attacked was most likely a pseudo-transcendent realm master. After a few breaths of time, the silver sword chi dissipated, and a curled-up figure appeared in midair. His aura was chaotic. Obviously, he was seriously injured. The figure was wearing a blood-red robe, and the robe seemed to be in tatters. His four limbs were spread out, revealing a very ordinary middle-aged man's face. His face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. His eyes flashed with an extremely cold, murderous intent as he locked onto Chunzong. Chunzong's body tensed up, as if he was being held by an invisible force, his bones and muscles tensing to the extreme. Chunzong circulated all the power in his body, and it was like a great river rushing through his body, giving off thunderous sounds. A deep blue light flashed, and the star-scarred dual swords appeared in his hands. Chunzong stared back at his opponent without fear. This was indeed a pseudo-transcendent realm master. Chunzong did not know when he had provoked this person. Of course, it was not necessarily because he had provoked him, perhaps there were other reasons. Die! The middle-aged man let out a low roar, his body trembling as he once again transformed into a blood-red streak. However, compared to before, his speed was obviously much slower. Die! With a loud shout, the two swords transformed into dark blue streaks of light, leaving behind meteor-like streaks in the air. It was like a dark blue meteor shower, bringing with it an astonishing sharpness and overbearingness as it blasted towards his opponent. Under normal circumstances, Chunzong was not an opponent of a pseudo-transcendent realm master. One had to know that only those whose combat strength reached 7-star could be called a pseudo-transcendent, and Chunzong's combat strength was only at the late 4-star stage. The gap between him and a 7-star master was like a chasm. However, at this moment, this pseudo-transcendent realm master was seriously injured. After all, in the process of resisting the little thunderbolt sword chi bullet, he had been hit by many sword chi attacks. Being able to survive was already an extraordinary feat. Even so, the sword light from Chunzong's twin swords was completely destroyed by the blood-red light upon contact. The blood-red light continued to press forward. Chunzong used both swords to parry the attack. Amidst the terrifying force, Chunzong was sent flying. The middle-aged man waved his right hand repeatedly, and streaks of blood-red light tore through the sky. They were so densely packed that they were like a terrifying blood-red hurricane. Everywhere they passed, the ground shattered inch by inch, and they wanted to mince Chunzong into pieces of flesh and blood. Even if he was seriously injured, the strength of a pseudo-transcendent realm master was still terrifying. But that doesn't mean I can't fight. Chunzong took a deep breath and muttered to himself. There was no doubt that the pressure this injured pseudo-transcendent realm master brought to Chunzong was not inferior to that of the underworld crow in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. However, the current Chunzong was also much stronger than when he was in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. Stimulating the power of the star-scarred dual swords, a brilliant dark blue light flowed between them as Chunzong's essence, chi, and soul became one. In an instant, a feeling of sublimation arose. Second stage, illumination, profound realm. Originally, Chunzong had already reached the peak of the first stage, but now, under tremendous pressure, he had broken through. The first level of the illumination profound realm allowed Chunzong to subtly discern the movement of particles in the air. The second level was an extension of this foundation, and it was even more subtle. It was so subtle that Chunzong could more accurately discern weaknesses and flaws. In his perception, The blood-red hurricane that was strangling towards him carried an incomparably terrifying power, almost suffocating Chunzong. Resisting this pressure that was like the hand of a death god, Chunzong pushed his perception to the extreme, gradually identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the blood-red hurricane with the help of the second stage of the Illumination Profound realm. This kind of attack was both strong and weak, and they combined together. The strong would cover the weak, and the weak would connect with the strong. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to find the weak points, but Chunzong's realm was very high, especially after reaching the second stage of the Illumination Profound realm. His grasp of the weaknesses and flaws had greatly increased. Under Chunzong's superb perception, several weak points in the blood-red hurricane gradually appeared. Sword strike. The extremely fast sword light with astonishing sharpness pierced through the air and instantly hit several weak points in the blood-red hurricane. From a distance, it looked like many dark blue stars were streaking across, and the blood-red hurricane was forced to stop and then dissipated. The pale-faced, middle-aged man was slightly startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he was severely injured and could not exert much of his strength, the attack just now was at least at the peak of the 4-star level, and yet it was broken by his opponent. Unbelievable. After reaching the second stage of the Illumination Profound realm, Chunzong's battle strength did not increase much, but his fighting ability had obviously increased. It was even more obvious that he had defeated a stronger opponent. After defeating the blood-red hurricane, Chunzong took the initiative to attack the middle-aged man with his sword. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the middle-aged man was severely injured to kill him in case he recovered from his injuries and came back to kill him. At close range, the two swords were violent, each of them extremely powerful. The battle strength of the late 4-star level also brought a lot of pressure to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a blood-red dagger in his hand, which was extremely sharp. It was also a 3rd-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, exuding a shocking bloody aura. The middle-aged man's martial arts were even more strange. He would often attack from a blind spot, making it impossible to guard against. Under the pressure of death, Chunzong's spirit and willpower became even more concentrated, as though it was about to rise to a higher level. The unhindered willpower that appeared in the past appeared once again. The unhindered true power surged endlessly, appearing extremely sharp. The unhindered sword technique's power also increased, becoming even more tyrannical. He forgot everything and focused on the two swords. There was only one goal in front of him. Kill, kill, kill. The middle-aged man frowned. He had thought that he could easily kill his opponent, but he did not expect such an unforeseen event. Now that he was in a bitter battle, his injuries worsened and became more serious, affecting his ability to exert his strength. Chapter 487. Monstrous Murderous Intent. A terrifying aura seemed to emerge from the depths of the 9 nether abyss, wrapping around the middle-aged man's body, causing him to feel a burst of numbness. His heavily injured body felt like it was difficult for him to resist. The middle-aged man stared at the long sword in Chunzong's left hand. It looked like an ordinary long sword, not a pseudo-spirit artifact, but a strange feeling. However, it was precisely this long sword that brought him such a terrifying threat. If he had not been injured, he would have been able to resist this terrifying aura, but now that he was seriously injured, his ability to resist was greatly reduced. The middle-aged man was certain that this sword contained a profound mystery and contained a terrifying power that was more than enough to kill him. This sword was the Red Thunder Sword. The Red Thunder Sword could be said to be Chunzong's last resort. However, Chunzong did not intend to use up the power contained in the Red Thunder Sword. After all, it was a transcendent level power. Using it to deal with a seriously injured pseudo-transcendent was a waste. However, even if he didn't use up the sword chi contained in it, he could still release a portion of its aura to deter his opponent and prevent him from escaping. Chunzong didn't want to face a fully prepared pseudo-transcendent, at least for now. Chunzong's two swords pressed forward, launching a violent attack without fear of death. The more he fought, the stronger he became. On the other hand, because of the middle-aged man's injuries, he became weaker and weaker. The balance between the two sides began to tilt. The middle-aged man's face became more and more pale as he constantly used his dexterous movement skill to dodge. But all his dodging was futile in front of Chunzong. The two swords continued to fly towards him, forcing him to meet them head-on every time. When they collided, a terrifying force impacted both sides, creating countless ripples in the air. Under this kind of impact, Chunzong also felt uncomfortable, but with his tyrannical physique, he was able to resist it. Relying on his powerful self-healing ability and the pure vitality of the thousand-year tree heart, his injuries rapidly healed. Although the middle-aged man was a pseudo-transcendent, he did not have the same capital as Chunzong. Time and time again, the impact of this force worsened his injuries, causing his strength to decline again. Suddenly, Chunzong activated the power of the Red Thunder Sword to the extreme. An almost transparent sword light with a hint of gold tore the space under the sword. There seemed to be a black mark, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The middle-aged man's body suddenly stiffened. If he was at his peak, he would be able to resist this terrifying aura, but right now his injuries were extremely serious, his vitality and soul. The moment his body froze, his spiritual will was also affected by a strong impact, and he fell into a momentary trance. One breath was enough. Chunzong's sword, Chunzong's left hand. His left hand's his true chi to compress and condensed true chi into the sword. SS, which condensed true chi. Secret sword, star. The sword disappeared. Only a deep blue starlight streaked across the sky, leaving behind an extremely resplendent star mark in the sky. Too fast, too sudden. Just as the middle-aged man was about to dodge, he found that his blood chi and muscles were numb, making it difficult for him to dodge. A sharp pain unconsciously spread from his heart, which quickly spread. After his heart was pierced through, it was torn apart by a terrifying force. With one successful strike, Chunzong immediately activated his pure yang qi and blood qi. His legs exploded with an astonishing power, crushing the mountain rocks under his feet. Like an arrow released from a bow, he retreated, avoiding his opponent's dying counterattack. The middle-aged man didn't even have a chance to counterattack. He clutched his chest with one hand, and bright red blood continuously seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. He tried to grab Chunzong with his other hand, but he caught nothing. With a face full of unwillingness, he fell forward. Chunzong hurriedly took out a dan and consumed it, quickly recovering his true chi. A moment later, a portion of his true chi had been restored. Chunzong sent out a sword chi, chopping off his opponent's right arm. His opponent didn't even have the slightest reaction, completely dead. Seeing this, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, he had endured a great deal of pressure. Now that he had relaxed, his whole body felt exhausted, a kind of exhaustion that originated from the depths of his body. This kind of exhaustion was not something that could be recovered by relying on pills. It required sufficient rest. But at the same time, Chunzong also felt a sense of accomplishment. A powerful pseudo-transcendent, who originally had the strength to kill him, had died under his sword in the end. The other party wanted to kill him, so why was he the one who died in the end? The reason was simple. The other party didn't know that Chunzong had discovered him and had set up a trap, so he was severely injured by the small thunderbolt sword chi, causing his strength to drop significantly. Under the pressure, Chunzong stimulated his potential and broke through to the second stage of the body and sword fusion third stage, the illuminating profound boundary. Finally, he used the power of the Red Thunder Sword to intimidate his opponent and kill him in one fell swoop. Every step was extremely dangerous. Even the slightest carelessness could have led to a different ending. The feeling was like an ordinary person walking on a hair-thin rope, while below was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. Quickly tidying up, Chunzong obtained a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact shortblade and a mustard seed bag from the middle-aged man. Opening the mustard seed bag, there were a lot of things inside. There were more than 1,000 spirit shells. In addition, Chunzong also saw a spirit source. Compared with the low-rank spirit source he possessed, the spirit source in this mustard seed bag looked a lot worse. It was a substandard spirit source. Each substandard spirit source was worth 1,000 spirit shells. There were a total of 53 substandard spirit sources here, equivalent to 53,000 spirit shells. There were some healing pills and several martial arts books written on animal skins, 2 of which were heaven grade top rank, and 1 of which was heaven grade top rank. The last thing was a token. The token was in the shape of a trident. It was completely black and cold to the touch, as if it was made of cold iron. On the front of the token, there were 2 strange characters, Tian Luo, and on the back, there were 2 characters, Tian San. For Chunzong, the most valuable thing was naturally the 53 substandard spirit sources. After putting all the trophies into the virtual ring, Chunzong left the place. After walking for a while, he came to the edge of the river and sat down cross-legged to rest. Staring at the surging river, his mind gradually emptied. He didn't think about anything, but also remembered everything. He did whatever he wanted, without deliberately limiting or controlling it. He let everything run its course. The surging river raised white waves, as if it was endless. It flowed until the end of time, which made Chunzong's mind calm down. Chunzong felt that he had a lot of affinity with water. Watching the water of the sinking Feather River, encountering the huge waterfall in the Tianyan secret realm, and now watching the river calmed his mind and enlightened him. A vague feeling arose spontaneously, hovering in the depths of his heart, but it seemed to be missing something. Time passed slowly, and the exhaustion in his spirit seemed to be washed away by the flowing water. When Chunzong suddenly woke up, his spirit was in a state of full spirit. A more harmonious feeling pervaded his body and mind, making him feel comfortable. Chunzong stood up with a slight smile on his face. He once again took out the trident-shaped jet-black token and carefully looked at it. Could it be that this is the token of Tianluo Tower, and this person is an assassin of Tianluo Tower? Chunzong recalled that before he went out for experience, Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi had mentioned many forces to him. Among them, he had mentioned a special organization, Tianluo Tower. It was said that Tianluo Tower was located in the Wanluo Mansion, but no one seemed to know its exact location. After all, Tianluo Tower was an assassin organization. They only cared about money, not people. No one knew how many people they had assassinated. If the location of their headquarters was known, it was likely to attract strong masters to uproot them. The most important element of an assassin organization was secrecy. Tianluo Tower's name had the meaning of an inescapable net. As the name implied, being targeted by Tianluo Tower was like being caught in an inescapable net with no escape. According to Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi, Tianluo Tower's assassins were divided into 3 levels: human, earth, and heaven. Human corresponded to the training realm, earth corresponded to the true martial realm, and heaven corresponded to the pseudo-transcendence realm. The middle-aged man Chunzong killed was a pseudo-transcendence realm heaven-grade assassin of Tianluo Tower. He should be ranked 3rd, so he was called Tian San. All kinds of information flashed through Chunzong's mind. He also knew the origin and identity of the other party, but his biggest doubt was why a heaven-grade assassin of Tianluo Tower would attack him. Tianluo Tower only cared about money, and he had no grudges with them. The only explanation was that someone had paid to hire Tianluo Tower's assassins. Who was it? Gu Zhiyang? It shouldn't be. The time was too short. Besides, Gu Zhiyang might have thought that he had died under the minor True Yang exploding bullet. After thinking about it, Chunzong couldn't think of who had hired Tianluo Tower's assassins, but his face was dignified. Now that Tianluo Tower's Tian San had died under his sword, Tianluo Tower would definitely investigate, and they would probably trace it back to him. At that time, they might send even more powerful assassins to deal with him. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously. I'm still too weak. Chen Zong couldn't help but think to himself. Today, in order to deal with Tianluo Tower's Tian San, he had already used all his cards. This method couldn't be used again. It was simply impossible to fight against a pseudo-transcendence realm master with his late 4-star combat strength. Thinking hard, Chen Zong couldn't think of a way. The most basic solution was naturally to improve his cultivation and combat strength. If his current cultivation reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, and he completely mastered the great unhindered true force and the 40th form of the unhindered sword art, even if he still wasn't an opponent of a pseudo-transcendence realm master, he should be able to put up a fight. Time, in the end, was still time. He seriously needed time. The unhindered sword art was easy to deal with. He had basically comprehended it thoroughly. All that was left was to improve his cultivation and master it. Cultivation was the only limit now. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.